Mm. Let's see. Of course. Greetings, everybody. Okay. Seems weird today. I don't know. Mm. All right. Happy birthday, Sirius B Mermaid 42. Let's go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Greetings, Holistic Harmony. Greetings on IG. So, happy Capricorn full moon. We still, even though it's towards the end of the day, we still gonna be up into. Oh, it's still gonna be in the swing of this thing for a hot minute. And so, I'm gonna talk to y'all about it today. And there's a lot to talk about. So let's get a little housekeeping done. My name is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Girl, first of all, serious B mermaid. Bitch, your birthday is today. Okay? Your ass is a Cancer under a Capricorn full moon with Mars conjunct. What is Mars conjunct with today? Mars is conjunct Uranus in Gemini. I understand why you feeling like a crone today, babe. I see you. I see you. We got a lot to discuss about this day, about this week, about the next month coming. We got a lot to discuss. You feel me? But I want to do some housekeeping first, okay? My name is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates. I am going to be whispering. This is going to be my tone mostly because I actually have a house guest right now. So I ain't trying to be like rumbling the walls and shit. So that's one thing. Two, I should just tell y'all I need money. Okay. I ain't had no readings. I don't know, in about 3 weeks. I did my little what you call it? I did my little promo for the heart summer, the summer heart, like what is it? Protect your heart to secure your sovereignty this summer. And thank you to those who have taken me up on the offer. The first day was this past Wednesday. We have 2 more Wednesdays coming up. I feel like it went well. I haven't taught that workshop in workshop fashion in a long time. And it was fun. It was fun getting my little the chops back up, my organized strategic PowerPoint presentation chops back up. I just have to be a little bit more disciplined about my time. I said, don't y'all let me stay up on here longer than 2 hours. How about 5 hours later? It was good though. We had a great discussion, good Q&A section. And So next Wednesday, well, this coming Wednesday, day after tomorrow, is the part 2 of that workshop to protect your heart, to secure your sovereignty. And I should hope that in our entry, in we started with the summer solstice last week, and so I told y'all leading up to the summer solstice that this old Gemini sun, Leo ascendant, Cancer, Moon, ugly ass, orange headed president of y'all was gonna start with that BS because of the astrology, because of the numerology of the moment. I told y'all 3 days before the solstice. I said, I'm telling y'all, you better get your life right with your heart, with your emotions, how to sidestep, how to navigate, how to seize possession of your own sovereignty, because ain't nobody handing it to you. Ain't nobody handing it to you. Ain't nobody handing you your sovereignty. You understand? And so I said, okay, it is going to be paramount, of the utmost importance for us to know the very simple things that we can do to make sure that we keep a cool head. And I just want to be clear. To keep a cool head is not synonymous with keeping your head down. It is not, to keep a cool head is not synonymous with peace at all cost. To keep a cool head is not synonymous with peace on the plantation. To keep a cool head is not synonymous with turn the other cheek. To keep a cool head is not let somebody try your stilo. You heard? To keep a cool head is to not blow your top, that you can be clear and you can be strategic about whatever move you decide through your own personal discernment, a healthy liver, through your own personal discernment about what it is you need to do in your life, in response to, in action, in the offensive instead of the defensive. Do you hear what I'm saying? That's what I'm teaching in this workshop. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm teaching. It's not just some strict, narrow discussion about the physiology and the anatomy of the heart. It is about recognizing that we have to learn right this minute, even when we feel powerless. We have to learn right this minute on how to re-become the sovereign, the ruler of our own empire. The empress, the emperor of our own personal universe. This us right here, this ours. The philosophy up in here in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is when you are within a 6 to 9 feet radius of my empire, of my kingdom. When you up in here, is what the fuck I say. That's it. Is what I am the sovereign here. Is what the fuck I say. And I will respect your sovereignty by allowing you to say it's whatever the fuck I say up in here. See what I'm saying? It's the only way we're gonna create something new that resembles a world where everybody can live on this planet harmoniously. Is that I respect your sovereignty, and because I respect your sovereignty, I expect the exact same thing. Why do I respect your sovereignty? Why do I automatically afford respect to your sovereignty? Is because I respect your mama as God. That's why. That's it. That's the basis. You and me got here the same way. You and me got here the same way. We got a mama. We lived in her body, indistinguishable from her. Indistinguishable. That's what I mean when I say mommy and I are one. Indistinguishable from her. She allowed us to use her body, to use her sovereignty, to use her empire to secure us our own personal destiny. That is why I automatically afford you sovereignty, is because I expect the goddamn same thing from you. And see, it to let me just say, to have a discussion, to accept a philosophy like that, I personally feel like to accept a philosophy like that as the base ground level foundation of what it is we believe and how it is we move in the world would instantaneously destroy all the isms that exist on earth in real time. In real time. In real time. It would completely eradicate the bullshit perpetually being force-fed, shoveled on the top of our skulls, so that we cannot see clearly that the only thing wrong with the world that we live in right now is that we have let somebody else take possession of our sovereignty, take possession of our skull, take possession of our heart, feeding us. A girlfriend of mine, way back when, had this poem. She a big time poet. She had this, as a matter of fact, y'all should search her. Her name is Liz Straight, Lizz Straight, just like it's spelled, just like it sounds. And the name of the poem was Bullshit Covered in Gravy. Yo, bullshit covered in gravy. That's the world we live in. That girl wrote that poem probably 20 years ago. Yes, that's what came to my head, right? Bullshit, as long as the last line is like something like, as long as bullshit is covered in gravy, we will lick the plate clean. This is us right now. This is us. This is us. You understand? And so today I had to be real, baby, I had to be real diligent. I had to be real diligent about governing my own sovereignty, about not letting the algorithms, about not letting the bullshit covered in gravy crossing every last one of my social media feeds, vying for my attention. I had to be so deliberate. I had to be so strategic today. I did. I had to be really strategic today, because I was like, today I'm going to play. Today I'm going to call in that which is mine. What is mine? Every damn thing. Isn't that what we say? The reclamation of what is ours. What's ours? Every damn thing. What do I mean by that? Every damn thing at no one's expense. Do you hear me? You hear me? And so I had to play today. I said play is going to be the thing, because me worrying in here has not solved a single problem. It's made me work a whole lot harder without getting any more 16-hour days and carrying on. I said, you know what? Today I'm playing. Today I'm playing. You see what I mean? And I am just going to move with the certainty that this full moon guarantees. Why does this full moon guarantee this? Let me talk. You know what? Let me digress. Reel it back. Housekeeping. Because I have a goal set. I have money to make. I have my next eviction court date is on July the 8th. So it's pertinent. And I haven't had any readings from y'all in a long minute, about 3 weeks since I had about 3 weeks since I had the last reading. Fortunately, the workshop, I think I've had about 6 people sign up for the workshop, which is dope. My intention, which I'm kind of really trying not to be frustrated by, my intention was to, while I was talking to y'all tonight, because this is going to be a ritual. Okay, this is going to be a ceremony that I am doing with y'all tonight. I just want y'all to know I'm going into it with that in mind. I've been studying for you guys today. I have pulled together what I think is going to be a dope ass live tonight, because we are rounding out this full moon. But you know, the energy for the full moon at the peak energy 24 hours before the date of and 24 hours after. But this particular full moon is jamungous. Is literally jamungous. Okay, and it's going to last for a long time. I'll talk about it in a minute. Housekeeping. The email address for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That's EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. You can use that email, one, to inquire about the workshop. We still have 2 workshop sessions left. That's this coming Wednesday, and then that's the same day that I go to court. It's on the 8th. Okay. Um, so email me and put Heart Workshop in the subject header if you want information on how to participate in the last 2 workshops. You'll still get all of the material, but there's 2 workshops left out of the 3. I'm already working on what the next workshop is going to be. So that's one. EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. You can also use that email to inquire about a reading. You should get your readings. This next, what's today? The 29th. So the next 7 days are really important. I'm going to talk to you about what's happening on July 4th. It's massive. It's massive enough that I feel like we need to be plotting and scheming. That's how massive it is. I feel like, and I ain't talking about no little bit of like plotting and scheming. I mean massive, renegade, gangster style plotting and scheming for the 4th. I am telling you, it's had me in a wormhole for about 5 days. This this event coming up on July 4th. Mind blown. Okay. So from today, which is jamungous, enormous times a million, ginormous, okay, today. And so it's going to really, I can be funny about it, but it's really going to call on you, on us to be, today was hard. It was hard for me to be disciplined. I'll be honest, because first of all, I don't like discipline. I told you I don't like discipline. Okay. I don't like it. Listen, I've always hated discipline. I have been disciplined at moments in my life. I have never liked it, though. I have never liked it. And I'm going to tell you, we have to come up with a new word. Because what do we say discipline means? The strict and painful correction necessary. What is it? The strict and painful correction necessary to do something. Somebody search the darn etymology for that word I hate so much. I was like, I've been disciplined in my life. When I was raising kids, when I was going to school, I had to be disciplined. Didn't mean I liked it one day. We have to come up with a new word about being purposefully strategic and what it is that we are radiating outwards to bring in, to like boomerang out and draw back in. You feel me? So strategically purposeful. That's what we will say. We will not say discipline. We will say strategically purposeful, enthusiastically, joyfully, strategically purposeful. That's what we will say. Okay. So anyway, it's going to call on us to be enthusiastically, joyfully, strategically purposeful, specifically for the next 7 days, but honestly, for forever, for the rest of our lives. This is the new angle. This is the new direction that we have to be trying to like make front and center. And it was cool while I was in the sanctity of my house. You feel me? It was cool when I was up in my house. But as soon as I got in that automobile in this city, just to drive a few blocks to catch some sunlight before the sun went down, I was like, well, I'm cussing as soon as I get in the car. I was like, why do people persist on driving in the passing lane, going 10 miles slower than the speed limit? Why they do that? Why they do that? Like, don't you see? If I am able to pass you on your right side, it means you wrong. It means you in the wrong lane, child. Move over so that the traffic can flow like water. You feel me? Anyway, so I was having to take big deep breaths and crank my little music up today, just so I wasn't cussing everybody on the road out. You feel me? Anyway, so EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. You can also use that email so to inquire about the workshop, inquire about the reading, and also to make a monetary donation to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. You can do EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com to Zelle, which is preferable. And last resort, PayPal. I'm trying to come up off of there. I don't want to support nothing that's got Elon Musk's name on it. So, but for right now, anybody that is tuning in, for some reason, a lot of people that are foreign, they can only do PayPal. So I'm keeping it only for that reason. If you have other apps, Cashapp, Venmo, PayPal, Cashapp, Venmo, Zelle, please do those because I really want to be up off of PayPal. But anyway, so EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. That is for Zelle and PayPal. Cash App is $ Daughter of the Fates. That's FATES, Daughter of the Fates. And Venmo is Cassandra with 2 S's, CASSANDRA -Floyd, FLOYD. And then, and then you can also go to DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com to support in that way. There are digital books on the Etsy store. There are all kinds of dope, spiritual tools, jewelry. Oh, I made a bracelet that I wanted to show y'all, and I'll be doggone if I walk right up in here without putting it on. Anyway, so jewelry. You know what? Let me get this bracelet. Dang, I walk right over here. Dang. Without it. Hold on. I gotta take that thing off. So, so let me just show you this first. Okay, so my newest bracelet for myself. Y'all can see that here on IG. It's like very famous or infamous, depending upon your worldview. Native American warriors. See that? So let's see. So it's very famous Native American warriors. So Geronimo's on there. Chief Red Cloud. Dang, what's wrong with my head? Chief Red Cloud. Sitting Bull. What's her name? Anyway, there they are. Right. You can see those. Anyway, so you can get something custom made or designed. I was actually thinking about. Let me tell you what I was thinking about. Not thinking about, going to do. So I really love making theme bracelets. You feel me? Like something happens, I'm like, oh, I should make a bracelet for that, right? So I was just thinking about the fact that that diabolical monstrosity who just transitioned, passed away, died. What's his name? Clive. What's his name? Him. The first thing I thought about was like, dang, I need to do a Whitney bracelet. You know what I'm saying? I need to do a bracelet with Whitney on it. And then I was like, you know what? This city has I'll just be honest. Okay. And I've been thinking about it a lot, not just because of this dude, Clive, who just passed away. I've been thinking about this for a long time. That this city has destroyed, and when I say destroyed, I mean in every way, has destroyed so much, not only destroyed, consumed and then disappeared so much Black genius, so much Black excellence, so many Black performers, musicians, actors, actresses that have just disappeared into just hidden in plain sight. I'm thinking about these people every day. I'm like, dang, what happened to this person? What happened to like Robert Townsend? Where he go to? Where he at? You understand what I'm saying? What's his name? Mario Van Peebles. Like, Erica, what's her name? What's Erica's name? That played Maxine Shaw on what you call it? Like, where the hell is Black Hollywood? Where is all the excellence that this city has benefited from to the millionth power, and then turned around and disappeared them all for the last 100 years? I ain't just talking about a half second. I'm talking about for the last 100. You're just thinking about these giants. I'm like, where are they at? Where is Black Hollywood? Where they at? Where is everybody at? Why are all of these lackluster, boring ass movies coming out? Music coming out that's just, I'm like, where everybody black at? We grew up looking at a Hollywood that was equally black. Hell, not even just black. When I was growing up, when I was a youth in the 80s and a teenager in the 90s, Hollywood looked like Hollywood's supposed to look. LA looked like what it's supposed to look like. Asians all over the TV. Mexicans all over the TV. White people all over the TV. Black people all over the TV. Everybody had a lane. Hollywood was banging back then. I'm thinking about it, like, where the hell everybody at? Where they disappear everybody to? I've been thinking about this for a long time. But particularly since, what's his name? Is his last name Davis? Clyde Davis? What's foosball? What's that? What's foosball? I don't know what that is. But I ain't even just talking about movies. I'm talking about the music. It was so dynamic. Oh, no, baby. I've been here 8 years. I've been asking that question since I walked the fuck up into LA. Where the black people at? Where they at? It ain't just soccer. I've been asking that since I got up in here. And not only that, I've had 4 or 5 friends from back home come and hang out with me. Like for their birthdays. Like, I've had friends come out here, for a week, for a few days, for 12 days, just to kick it or whatever. And I'm telling you, out their mouth, as soon as they get here, they're like, damn, Cassandra, where are the black people at? I was like, oh, you got to go look for them. That's what I got told when I first got. Oh, you got to go look for them. You got to go seek them out. Anyway, so all of that to say, I'm gonna make a commemorative bracelet. I want to do like giants. You know what I'm saying? Right? Everybody. I want to do everybody. Ancestor bracelet though. You know what I'm saying? Like all the sisters, all the brothers. Like, why don't but you know what? We've been asking this for a long time. This ain't it. Why there ain't no Barry Whites no more? Why brothers act like it's some kind of sin to sing with a deep voice, to write love songs, instead to because yes, I know hip hop culture is all gangster and everything, but like, y'all fall in love too. Y'all got baby mamas too. You understand? Y'all get married too. You feel me? Why don't nobody in all of hip hop, right? And then R&B just, I guess, ain't popular no more unless it's somebody light skinned or white that's singing R&B. Because where is the Teddy Pendergrasses of our day? Where is the Barry Whites of our day? Where is the Luther Vandrosses of our day? I don't know what the hell you talking about. I ain't say nothing about whiny singing ass men. I ain't say nothing about that. I said grown man shit. You must be young, because I'm talking about grown man shit. That's what I'm talking about. Now, if you don't know nothing about Barry, it might be the case. Like all y'all young folks, y'all might not know nothing about Barry White. Y'all may not know nothing about Teddy Pendergrass. You understand? What's the other dude name that I like so much? Keith Washington. Child, you play too many games. You play too many games. Ain't nobody saying nothing about. To me, what's whiny, singing ass Negroes is what's that boy name? What's that boy name that y'all like so much? Chris Brown. That's whiny ass shit. Nigga, why you 40 years old and you ain't got your man voice yet? Why your voice ain't with you? Why are you still singing like you 16 years old? That's what I want to see. To me, that's suspect. That to me is not attractive. Because see, I automatically think your vocal cords have not kicked in. It means your testosterone has not kicked in. And if your testosterone has not kicked in, it means your sex game ain't kicked in. That's my thinking. That's my reasoning. So that's just not attractive to me. Those singing ass whiny. Like at some juncture, you're gonna have to like do this grown man shit. You feel me? So anyway, I don't know how I got on that. But those are the ways that you can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I'm gonna make something dope with like Whitney and Tina Turner and Nina Simone, like all the goddesses up on here. You feel me? That this monstrous machine done gobbled up and spit out. You feel me? Drove to a premature death and shit. You know, all the men, Michael and Prince and all the grown man singing I was talking about earlier. You understand? You know, that's what y'all got. Y'all listen, especially if you're young, you got to go back and like watch old episodes, like 1970s, like late 1960s, early 1970s, all the way up to like 89 when it started. Was to me when it started like changing too much. But like old episodes of Soul Train, man, listen. Man, come on now, man. Anyway, so much happened this week. So my let me just show y'all because y'all think I be playing, and I think y'all think that I be running game on y'all. Hold on, let me grab something else because I'm just gonna pick this deck up. I had to pull it together today to show you what the last 5 days of my life has looked like. This, see this, see this, see how thick that is, see that, see that, see that, see how thick that is, see that, see that. Every page, you see how I got it divided like that? I got it divided like that as subjects, crossways, as subjects, so I can go back and refer to in every page. Look just like that. Really, every page look just like that. This here, that's a week. That's 7 days. That's 7 days. Hold on, because y'all think I be up in here playing. I just be talking game. Hold on. Let me show you something else. Because that's not the only thing. This I've been writing. This is the one I've been carrying in my purse. It's so jam-packed. And I got a ton of stuff that I've been writing to out of here to tell y'all today. Yeah. So this one is the one I carry. This one is the one I carry around with. Hold on. This one is the one I think I filled up already. See how I got my little tabs in there? This one I think I filled up already. I might have a page or two empty up in this joint, but yeah, this is mostly full with some little extra pages hanging out. Yeah. Oh no, I got some pages in the back still. A few. Okay. This one. Hold on. This is just over the last month. Okay. This isn't like, okay, hold on. Because I can show y'all last month too. This is just like the last month. This one's got a bunch of drawn pictures in it that I need to transfer to something bigger. Okay, this one's still pretty dope. All right. Hold on. My chips. Okay, and then these little pieces I just did, but I wanted to set them aside from the big bunch. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Now, what I'm about to show y'all is probably the grounds for like a diagnosis. It really is. It's probably from the outside in like a legitimate basis for a psychological intervention, truth be told. Because what I am about to show y'all has just been since December 21st. That's it. Just since December 21st. So I already showed y'all the stack that I worked on this week, the books that I done filled through. And so I don't have these organized in any way, just kind of like I didn't want paper scattered around all over the place. But you see that same stack I just showed you? This is another stack. See that stack of papers? See that stack of papers? This is like one of those twin sheets from my massage table. That's one of these little plastic bags for the twin sheets, little scraps. Scraps of paper that I be writing on when I have a thought and ain't got nothing to write on, so I gotta put bills, put my little notes on bills, the big papers that I got that I eventually need to organize in some fashion. Hold on, that's not all. Here's another bunch of loose pieces of paper, bills, envelopes and shit written on. Hold on. This is the one that's probably like the tipping point. This, you see this? See this? See this little photo book? See in the inside there? You see in the inside there? Oh, I think I have it upside down. It's just section. Can y'all see that? I don't know why. I don't like this. Weird ass glare that can never be resolved upon here, right? But just, and so each one of these is actually organized by sections. Scrap papers that I needed to file away. Oh, I need to put that in there. Oh, that's the old syllabi that I'm going to copy. Scraps. There you go. Written on. This is all since December. Oh, son of a bitch. Since December 21st. All of this. And that's not even all. That's not all. That's just what I have organized. Relatively organized. Because I also still have a bunch of paper bags when I'm walking and I have a breakthrough and I don't have nothing to walk on. To write on because I'm walking. And so, scribbling notes, or when I'm in the car and ain't got nothing to write on, I'm like, oh shit, I can't forget that. I haven't transposed these anywhere yet. So here's another one that's way full. I don't know if you can see that. You see it? That's way full. Every crack, every crease, every crevice, every crack, even in between the creases. Because I was writing so much. I walked down the house all on the bottom. See that? Walking to Hollywood Boulevard one day. I had to stop in a restaurant, get a paper bag and a pen, so the breakthrough I was having wouldn't dissipate from my skull before I got home to write it down. And then this is the last one. So this has got notes on the outside, but it's also packed to the rim with envelopes and shit that's got notes on. See? Yeah. So anyway, I thought I would share that. Don't know why, but just so y'all know, I'm not up in here playing no games. I'm trying to tell you. So anyway, let's get with it. All right. So remember I was telling y'all last week, I didn't really plan anything, so I just asked the homegirl if I could host a few people at her house for the summer solstice, and we could do like I think I did a short live that day, and we could do like a little rattle making ceremony. You know what I'm saying? Like a practical ceremony. So few people came, and I brought all the supplies for everybody to make their. Hold on, I meant to get one more thing. Sorry. So I brought the supplies for everybody. Uh, there was a couple of kids too, for everybody to make their own personal rattler. And then I talked to everybody while we were making it about why the summer solstice was important, about why we were there, and about why ceremony of any kind should be embodied, right? I'm not the one. I just tell y'all know, y'all participated. Those of you who've been following any period of time have participated in some of the ceremonies that we've done. Nothing that I do ritually, ceremonially, nothing that I do. Um, oh, you know what, girl, Zahara, you right. I ain't even show them the damn receipts. The receipts. That shit looked like mania, but the notes was good. The notes were good. Anyway, so you know, I don't engage in unless it's facilitated by somebody else. You know, I don't facilitate ceremony that is just you know, we just gonna meditate and y'all just gonna. I just every listen to each his. I do not know why this damn YouTube is acting so janky. To each his own. However you feel like you. Ooh, man, damn it. I don't know what this is about. But whatever it takes for you to get there. You know what I'm saying? Because everything doesn't work for everybody. And I feel like that's why so many people really struggle and don't admit it. Because I used to do that. I used to struggle spiritually, but I would not admit it. I would just be like, something wrong with me. What kind of weirdo don't like to meditate? It appears that everybody around me loves to meditate. So why do I hate meditating? And it's like, it must be something wrong with me. It's the same way when I was a kid, being made to go to church and everybody, catching the Holy Ghost and crying and just moved to their core. I'm a little girl. I can laugh about it now, but it's really damaging and it's really painful. And I don't hear too many people talk about this aspect of it, about about prayer, about church, about being forced to go to church as children. And I can't recall, because there's a lot of channels right now that I really like, that are like these young people who call themselves recovering Christians, people who used to be Christians and are now like either atheists, mostly atheists, but are completely opposed to the church. You see it happening a lot in the Mormon tradition. You see it happening a lot in like Southern evangelical, in the Southern evangelical escape artists, as I call them, right? They escape with their lives. But even in all the things that I've heard a lot of these people talk about, I've never heard anybody talk about that little quiet thing that happens, especially when you are a child and you see everybody around you like really in it, really in it, really in it. You know what I'm saying? Really just like, just you like as a little kid, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I can remember being 5 years old and feeling guilty, feeling messed up in a way that only a 5-year-old can understand. But I'm crystal clear. I remember feeling so messed up because I hated praying. I hated praying. I remember being a little kid and hated praying. I hated altar call. I hated when they made the kids go up to the front and kneel on the stairs before the altar. I hated it. I hated it. As long as I can remember, I hated it. I hated praying. And so when I became an adult and uh, met the party, the African People's Socialist Party, and once and for all turned my back on Christianity, I was like, whew, bump that. You feel me? Something else makes sense. You feel me? And I remember there wasn't anything like synonymous to that in the party. So cool. But the problem was I was in this, socialist, nationalist, quote, African internationalist organization where the care for your heart, the care for your spirit was a non-issue. It was, quote, subjective, that your feelings are not real or whatever the hell. You feel me? And so that was my life for a long time. But that was no good either, because I'm a woman raising a daughter in this organization that had no mechanism for the caring, not only the caring of, but the transformation of the human condition. How do you take broken human beings who have been forced into these bastions of hatred? These churches are bastions of hatred. You feel me? How do you take and, quote, deprogram them? How do you transform the broken human and into something that not only on the surface looks like a, quote, good revolutionary, but is actually a whole human, And that the party didn't do that. The party didn't do that. So when in the party, I met my, quote, revolutionary husband. And he was the one that started introducing me to Ifa, to, quote, an African, and I don't know what's going on with this computer, but it's like right on the brink of getting me out of character on this moon that I made a commitment to not. Okay. But Ifa served and let me just backtrack. The party served the very specific purpose that it needed to in my development. It did. It, like 100-fold. It did. The party transformed me into the kind of human being that I could be proud of. It did. But it was because I took the line so much more seriously than so many people I was in that organization with. I believe that shit. Okay. And so when people did not fall in line the way the party said fall in line, but this is what the rules of discipline say, comrade. This is what the 14-point working platform says, comrade. Why you out here fucking off? Like, why you just can't follow the party rules of discipline? Why can't you just follow the 14-point working platform? It ain't rocket science. Just do right. But because you don't have a spiritual, moral code and standard of ethics that can hold people accountable, they can, quote, run the line, they can, quote, mouth the line, but there's not something there that anchors them and steals them and makes what's in their head become transformed and embodied in the flesh and the blood and the bone, bitch. That didn't happen. It didn't happen. So I always say that though when I left the party, it was time for me to leave, I am very grateful for the time that I had in that organization because it transformed some of the most decadent behavior I had, some of the most fucked up, but we do decadent shit without a worldview, without we blind around here doing dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? And so I try not to judge people because I know what's been done to our skull. I do. And so I do it to a fault. I'm always within myself trying to hyper compensate and explain within myself why this person I am in contact with is engaged in fucked up behavior, why they acting like that, and they grown-ups. But being a grown-up is not enough in this society to make you a an ethical human being. And I even hesitate using the word ethics because, again, to me, like this shit is pissing me off. How are y'all hearing me? Because my feed is dragging so bad the way I'm talking. Like looking at y'all in the screen, it's like dragging so bad. It hasn't dragged this bad, and I can't even remember how long. Can y'all hear me okay on YouTube? Am I breaking up? Do I sound splotchy? Okay. So I'm saying all that to say that EFI, when I entered into EFI as a devotee, it too contributed so much. Oh, so much. It filled in so many massive missing gaps about things that I had no language to even begin to articulate some of the things that I was experiencing, especially as a young mother. The hell? And so I appreciate the time that I spent as a devotee of Ifa. I appreciate every experience, whether good or bad. Hold on just a second. It's been a long time since I had a bot. Hold on a second. It's been a long time since I had a bot on here. Well, that was weird. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out if I can. I guess. Okay. So anyway, what was I saying? Yeah. So, what was I saying? Oh, the party. I mean, E5. But E5 and it like last night. Let me tell y'all. Last night, I didn't even know that there was something happening at Leimert Park. So y'all saw me doing the video yesterday from Leimert Park. I missed most of the day. I didn't realize. Oh man, how is this happening? I already hit the user. Hold on, let me see if I can figure out how to. Hold on just a second, you guys. I'm gonna see if I can open this up in another page because it won't let me block from here. Hold on. Anyway, no, it won't let me do that either. So anyway, what was I saying? Shit. I don't remember. Oh, I guess I started talking about. I guess I started talking from the perspective of how is this happening now? Yeah, it's still not working. Okay. So, what was I saying? Anyway, I guess that's all I was saying. So, I was talking about ceremony. I don't lead rituals, ceremonies. I don't facilitate spiritual events that are just people one directionally, like watching me or listening to me or something like that. Meditation, circles, guided meditation. I still want you to do something. I still want you to engage your blood and your bone and your muscles, your tear ducts if you need to, your lungs if you need. Man, I'm through. I do not understand this. Now I haven't had any spam on my joint, and I can't even remember how long in years. What happened? I got to figure out what's going on with my channel. 'Cause I can't even remember the last time I had spammers, and this is like off the chain. Even when I had them, it was never this bad. Um, this is like flooding my joint. What in the world? Somebody, I think it was Zahara that was saying, "No, this is straight. These are straight bots." Yeah, I gotta check my settings or something. I did something different somehow. Uh, that's weird. Mm, anyway, let's go. Okay, so I guess it was necessary for me to stop rambling. Hmm. Okay, we're gonna read the interesting. Okay, we're gonna read the global conspiracy to right our wrongs. Y'all got some instruments. Those of you who are on IG or that are just coming up on IG, I'm Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, and um, so I'm gonna read the global conspiracy to right our wrongs. Let me just tell you, for my noisemaker, get your noisemakers out. Remember, I was telling you we did the summer solstice ceremony, and I had everybody make their own rattler. What we used, because y'all know I collect a lot of trash, I collect a lot of junk, right? And so what we used are these. Y'all seen these little what do they call them? Buzz balls. At they usually at the like 7-Eleven. It's just cheap alcohol, right? Every time I go walking, I'll find 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these joints on the street. Y'all remember the other instrument that I made out of a bunch of like, I think it was like 15 buzz balls. But anyway, so I brought a bunch of buzz balls, and I collect driftwood like a crazy person. So I let everybody choose their own driftwood, right? And I took some tape, some masking tape, and the buzz balls, and some gold spray paint, and a hot glue gun, and let everybody go to town, right? So one of the girls, she was like, "I don't like mine. It's ugly." I was like, "Girl, this thing is not ugly. It's cute." She was like, "You just take it home." She was like really distraught, bless her heart. She was like, "I don't like it. It's ugly." I was like, "I love it. It's great. I would gladly take it home and use it for my own." So I'm gonna be using hers. So she got a little bent stick, like her little driftwood. Her little driftwood was bent right at the angle. So, I just had them put the little driftwood in there, and then we just taped it down good with masking tape, and then put a bunch of hot glue in there to make sure it stayed. And then I gave them what we used for a more robust sound was I don't think I have any to show you, but it was like fat beats. It was like So sometimes I'll just use like seed beads, like the other shaker that I made had seed beads in it for a more like dainty kind of clackety clack noise. This is more like, sounds like beans in there. So this is the one she made, and then you can see the little decoration. So after we put the masking tape on, we just took a hot glue gun to make little swirly designs all over it, right? And then taped it up really good. And after we put the swirly designs on it, we painted it. And there you go. All right, and it's set on a little piece of driftwood. So this is the noise maker I'm going to use. And you guys pick a noise maker, and we're going to go through the global conspiracy to right our wrongs. We are the breakers of curses, the casters of Lord's conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother's body that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yemaya, Oshun, Yami Ade, the divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon the divine ancestors in the ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harm. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new cultures, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the EvoEmeTemp. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent deep from her deep sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Mommy and I are one. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will. We are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. So I am currently working on a new conspiracy But in the meantime, the global conspiracy to right all wrongs will most certainly do. That conspiracy, for those of you who are interested, you can get a copy of the conspiracy on my Etsy store at DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. That's DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com, and um, just type conspiracy in the subject header, and it'll bring it right up. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so we've already been on here an hour, so I want to get right to it. Oh, yeah, that was good. So I want to get right to it and talk to you about the astrology for today, for this week, and some ideas outside the realm of what is it, mundane astrology, popular astrology that we've been talking about some time, and I'm still trying to like pull together in a way, not being an astrologer because I'm not an astrologer, in a way that is coherent, and even being like a novice astrologer would like make sense, right? Yeah, so much. So I have to be particular about what I'm gonna talk to y'all about. Yeah, because there's so much. Yeah, so much. But yeah, let's just keep it very basic. Yeah. All right. Okay. So first of all, let me just give you the basics of today before we get into the more deep and controversial for today. Actually, you know what I was thinking? We should pull a card. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we should pull a card. Yeah, I'm gonna pull from the Kali deck. Mm-hmm. I had wanted to start working on my system while I was talking to you guys, and I can't find the darn drill bit that I need. And I got like 100 drill bits in this joint. And I mean, I looked for a good 30 minutes before I came up on here because I was just gonna be like making my system and talking to you guys. I was like, yeah, that'll be dope. That'll be dope. Couldn't find a freaking drill bit to drill into my coins. So anyway. Let's see what my colleague got to say today. Shmashana. I'm only pulling one card. So that's the card, Shmashana. That's the card. Hey, alchemic energy. Okay, so Shmashana. That's the card. Oh, it's the first card in the deck. Let's see what she got to say. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, I gotta get my eyeballs. Okay. Shmashana. She shines her blessing of divine deconstruction, clearing away that which undermines your confidence and inhibits your activity on your life path. With the courage born of unconditional trust, you can accept her fierce intervention in your life with openness to the positive changes that shall emerge as a result. Shmashana Kali is fierce. Her presence indicates radical divine intervention. It may at first be experienced as a shock and some form of upheaval. She dwells in the taboo lands of the cremation grounds, Hers is the teaching that divine timing must prevail, and sometimes certain involvements of circumstances must end. We cannot control the workings of destiny, but we can choose how we respond to the essential ending of a chapter in our lives. Smasana can appear when we are in difficult times due to the loss of a loved one or failure of something we had counted on, or even a more subtle inner experience of an ending we cannot link to the external event. Her presence is an indication that life as you've known it will change radically. This can be a welcome release from difficult times and prolonged cycles of suffering. Smashana is not quite is not quiet and subdued in the cremation grounds. She is wild and vital. She brings energy and aliveness to situations where there would otherwise be none. She brings about an end to stagnation that has been depleting your life force. An upheaval can give rise to uncertainty about how to manage the transition and what will come next. We must remember that the tantric teachings, cremation grounds, are not only places of death but of liberation. Kali teaches that sometimes what we have loved needs to be released so a greater love can manifest in a new form. We cannot always know why that needs to be, but we can trust Kali is acting for our benefit. We may have a fear around letting go, just as many beings fear the ultimate act of letting go, the release of the body into death itself. Kali is not a goddess of actual death. She is the goddess of the spiritual and symbolic death of the ego. Her presence is about endings that lead to beginnings. Her presence is not about death, but transformation. She not only brings to an end that which obstructs our spiritual fruition, she also manifests the path from release to reemergence. Dwelling in the lands of the dead, she is the sacred feminine chariot that carries the soul beyond the threshold of one life cycle or chapter into the next. If you know you have come to the end of the road in some significant way and are awaiting clarity on how to cross the threshold through whatever is next, her presence will make the path known to you. Her appearance is the portent of powerful change. Although we may not welcome it at first, we can know that because it is initiated by her, wild wisdom and divine love are its underlying purpose. As we move with the changes taking place within and likely also around us, we will eventually recognize the blessings that have transformed our lives for the better. The invocation ritual. Take a moment to connect with your heart, perhaps by placing your hand at your heart for a moment and say the following invocation. Beloved Ma Shmashana Kali, Vama Kali, you raise the sword of divine truth in your right hand. My heroic heart, yearning for freedom, truth, and love beyond all else, leaps with joy at the sight of you. The lotus flowers of compassion fall, reminding me that your ferocity is divine love in action. You wield the swords of severing grace. Obstructions and defilements submit to your blade. I bear the loss that follows your intervention with dignity. I offer to you all pain and fear that may arise through this process. My heartfelt offerings are testaments to my loving trust in your wisdom. May your power bring freedom to all beings. Ja Makali. In whatever way is appropriate for you, prostrate yourself before her wild essence. That may mean bowing your head to your hands in prayer, imagining and intending that you are bowing before her divine will. It may involve laying your entire body face down on the floor, forehead to the ground, completely surrendered to her. Do what feels authentic and sacred for you at this moment. Then be seated or stand once more and raise your hands, palms open and facing upward, as if offering all your attachments to her. She knows which to accept and which to sever at this time. Do so with trust in your heart. You have completed the ritual invocation. Hmm. All right. So that's that. That's Shmashana. Okay. So let's talk about the astrology for the day because this is pretty radical. That's gonna be good. Um, All right. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Okay. That's that. Sorry about this. I just pulled it all together. Let's see. Okay, so most of you know I can talk a little bit without my notes, but most of you know today, well, starting at 3 o'clock in the morning for us out here, was the beginning of the Capricorn full moon, also known as the strawberry moon in Cancer. A Capricorn full moon in Cancer. Today, also for the first time in 12 years, Jupiter enters Leo. Same day. Today also was the official beginning of the Mercury retrograde. Today. And today, there was one more. Oh no, it's in a few days. It's in 3 days. Mars will enter into a conjunction with Uranus in Gemini, which has not happened in 50 years. All of that this week. And then the big event on July 4th, which I had never heard of, didn't know nothing about, but it has sent me on a wormhole, is July 4th is when, let me not even quote that, because I'm gonna need to read that verbatim for my notes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I'm gonna put in the description below this a link to this video I saw at about 3 o'clock this morning. I tell y'all, this video blew my whole mind. The name of it was something to the effect of 10 ancient cults that shaped the world. 10 ancient cults that shaped that shaped the world. 10 I think that's 10 ancient cults that shaped the world. Let's see. Yeah. Sorry, I thought I had the most recent notes up at the top. Oh, I do actually. Hold on. Okay. Man, so much. So much. All right. that was good too. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, all three of those, I think. Yep. Okay. So those out. That one. Uh-huh. That one. That one. Mhm. That one. Um, that one. And yeah. Yes. Okay. Sorry. My bad. All right. So that yeah, I think I said a little bit about that already. So okay. All right. This over here. All right. Um, before we get started, I want to tell y'all something because of something that happened today. Like I said, I was trained to sidestep the multiplicity of melanin deficient human beings that are steadily out here trying our emotions. You feel me? But I saw this video of I don't remember this dude's name, but he's kind of like on like the Chud the Builder grift. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all are familiar with Chud the Builder, but it's this it's this grift everybody's doing now. Everybody knows that all you got to do is slander black women and you'll make some money. There's plenty of money for you to make out here in this world as long as you slander as long as you slander black women. As long as you slander black women, there's some money out here for you to make. And so everybody's on this grift right now. All you got to do is slander black people in general, black women in particular, and you can make yourself some money. And so this dude is I guess, a follower of Chud the Builder, who is currently facing jail time for, instigating this the grift. The reason I'm mentioning it is because of this. I've been off and on hearing little whispers about this corny ass dude that's been on this Chud the Builder grift. But today, apparently, I heard that he had come to LA to specifically stage a demonstration outside where the BET Awards were being held. So he came into the city with the intention of stirring up some mess with black folks out in front of where the BET Awards was being held, and holding up signs. The signs said, "Black parents are failures." That's what it said. And so this is the same dude who is outside the courtroom. What's the young brother's name that was facing time for getting in this, this altercation with this twin, and ends up stabbing the kid, and now they trying to an all-white jury has sentenced this baby to 35 years. So this white boy was out in front of his trial too, talking about, if he walks, we gonna lynch him, type of shit, right? So this is the dude who came to LA apparently this weekend for the BET Awards, gonna call himself standing outside where the BET Awards was, with these signs talking about black parents are failures, right? And there was just enough black people out there to bring some heat, and they they brought fight to the game. The reason I'm mentioning this is this other dude was talking about the altercation. These black folks, some Mexicans, and a couple of white folks took the fight to the boy. Was like, "Oh, you fuck what you heard. They you ain't gonna be out here disrespecting black folks like that." Got his jaw jacked. Apparently ended up in the hospital, but he came out there and got exactly what he bargained for. You feel me? So the young dude that's talking about what happened over the weekend, a brother. This is the first time I'm hearing this. I've been seeing this dude's little grift for a few months now. This is the first time I'm hearing this, but it should have occurred to me because I've been seeing it a lot. And it's like just now people are paying attention, but I've been talking to y'all about this for months. This dude who is supposed to be the Southern far right evangelical Christian, the brother talking about the event was like, I ain't even told y'all the punchline yet. This dude proclaiming to be a far right evangelical Christian, what do you say? Defending and attempting to preserve an all-white America, isn't a practicing Orthodox Jew. Now I'll wait for some reaction. This white boy who is literally traveling the country for any photo op, video op he can get, being as ultimately disrespectful as he can possibly muster up for black folks only, bringing all kinds of professional banners and placards and t-shirts. I'm hungry. All right. But dude, so the brother shows video footage of this grifter at the Wailing Wall with the little thing wrapped around his arm, with a little black box on his arm, and a little black box on his forehead, kissing the Wailing Wall. This dude as a practicing Orthodox Jew, fronting on being a white nationalist, white supremacist, far left evangelical Christian who is rallying for the return, as if that's ever happened, the return to an all-white America. As his line, not mine. He is rallying for a return to an all-white America. And I've been telling y'all and telling y'all and telling y'all and telling y'all for a couple of years now that even what we just reduced to a simple grift, to quote, because the young brother said it several times. He was like, as long as they can make a buck, I feel like that's been our problem. Is because we think that wealthy, we think that the Jewish, we think that all the bad things that are happening in the world are just because there are greedy people who are so gluttonous, too much is never enough. That's just the presentation of what you're seeing. And I know it's hard to hear, but even today, when I was studying about your astrology, that I'm going to tell you about, because Cancer is huge in this week's astrology, in this year's astrology. Saturn entered Neptune in February this year and in February last year, and then it went retrograde for a little while, and then it went back direct in February. And Saturn-Neptune conjunctions, Saturn and Neptune is massive. It's massive in its implications. And so here we are in a Capricorn full moon that is happening within the context of a Saturn-Neptune conjunction and a Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini. And your president was born under the last Uranus in Gemini. It's big, massive, globally transformative potentiality in the astrology for some time, since really 2020. But most in particular this week, because on that damn what is it, a new moon, that new moon, because this past new moon was your president's birthday. He turned 80 on June 14th. The grift, because what this white boy is doing is not just him. It is Donald Trump's daughter, who supposedly was raised Christian and converted to Judaism when she married her Jewish husband, but supposedly because of the promises made to him. First of all, Trump wasn't never no Christian. They just playing in your face, but I digress. So apparently Trump, converts to Judaism and pledges allegiance to Israel, right? So, and the other not so contradictory contradiction is the number of so-called Southern Baptist evangelical preachers that are Jewish. And I'm telling you, this is literally a ritual playing out of policy. A ritual playing out of policy is what you're seeing. Where, anyway, I could go off about that, but I won't. But I'm just telling you, That is quite weird. This Temperance Webster. There was something before all of this weird spammy shit that I wanted to. Okay, I feel like these groups exploit our desires of belonging. I've never been a part of any covenant because I saw the bulletin early, so I remain in solidarity. Let's see. Oh, I thought, okay, whatever. Anyway, so let's see. I'm suddenly so tired. I gotta stop studying like this and then feeling exhausted when it comes time to do the live. I gotta do this thing first thing in the morning. Let's see. Tell you what we're gonna do, because I can feel it. I can feel it coming. What we're gonna do is I think I'm gonna give you guys homework with regard to this this thing that we need to discuss. Where's the other pages? This is what we're gonna do. Yeah. Yeah. There was so much. Okay. So, okay, there's a lot. So what we're gonna do is one. I am going to what I wanted to do tonight, but couldn't find the freaking drill bit that I needed to drill my coins. So I'm gonna have to pursue it in the morning. But if you are interested, what I'm doing for myself, and if you are interested and want directions on how to facilitate, then email me at EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. What I am going to do is for my ceremony from today through July 4th, I am gonna it won't take that long. I'm going to make the sistrum that I've been threatening to make for some time. Yeah. I'm gonna make the sistrum, and like I told y'all, I'm gonna make the sistrum in a very deliberately ceremonial process. And if you're interested in directions and want to participate, so what I did today while pulling my shit together, because I told you I was in ceremony all day, all I did was play mostly our music, the Global Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs, all the songs that Power Kismet made for us. Playing that all day, was dancing last night. Okay, so today, Mercury retrograde, Capricorn full moon in Cancer at 8 degrees, which is also square to Saturn and Neptune. Jupiter enters Leo today for the first time in 12 years. So this energy is teaching you to go back to what you were doing in July of 2014. 2014 was a massive, massive year for me. I was graduating medical school, and then 3 months, I graduated medical school in 2014, April of 2014. 3 months later, my daughter graduated high school. Like, it was a lot. I was getting divorced at the same time. It was a lot. So Think about what was going on in your life in 2014, and think about what it means for you, um, what potentially it can mean for you. Find out where Jupiter and Leo is in your birth chart to see what areas you need to focus on. Um, Mars squares the lunar nodes today. Mars enters Gemini. Um, Mars enters Gemini. It goes conjunct with Gemini in Uranus. And the thing about this is every single solitary person that I heard talking about this particular placement, Mars and Gemini conjunct Uranus, is because, again, every Uranus and Gemini that has happened in this country has corresponded with war within a year or two of that Uranus and Gemini. And the year that the United States was so-called founded, 1776, that Uranus and Gemini was a Mars, Uranus and Gemini. It was a Mars, Uranus and Gemini uh, at the founding of the country, which, quote, founding of the country in 1776, which happened a year after the end of the Revolutionary War. And so the reason I'm mentioning that is because every Uranus and Gemini that's happened in this country, your funky ass president was born under the last Uranus and Gemini. And not only, if we ever take the time to just look at Donald Trump's birth chart, it's like they cloned this bitch. It was like they deliberately seeded this bitch to be born the way he was born. His birth chart is crazy. Gemini sun, Leo ascendant, Cancer moon, born under the last Uranus and Gemini in 1942. Born under the last Uranus and Gemini, but he was also born under a solar eclipse in Leo. He has the chart of someone who is if they are not grounded in a relationship with the mother, is going to be a genocidal, luniacal, world-ending, patriarchal lunatic. That's what you got. Well, hmm. Yeah. Well, so my point about this is that everybody to this day, it frustrates me to no end, continue to talk about astrology as a static and fixed science. I hope you heard me. Because whether it's modern day astrology or Western astrology or what's the other one, sidereal astrology or Vedic astrology or Chinese astrology, everybody approaches astrology like it is fixed and static. The reason it frustrates me when they do that is because think about mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Think about what these symbols mean. And let me tell you something else. It's rare. I'm gonna go ahead and eat this last chip. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We're gonna talk about these symbols. I'm gonna need to draw y'all some pictures. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, whoop, shit. Sorry, my bad. The reason, mm, um, it's funny that you raised Osameji. I was just talking about Osameji to somebody last night. Um, and I hear what you were saying, alchemic energy, but I had my sidereal chart read too, and I just feel like I get what you're saying, but it's still not deep enough. I'm gonna tell you why here in a second. Let me find some blank paper up in this joint. Um, I had a couple of blank ones in here. So I'm always talking to you guys about, and I'm glad Sage Page mentioned Osameji. I'm always kind of jumping back and forth with you guys between like Western astrology and Ifa astrology, Ifa interpretation of the heavenly bodies and our relationship to them. But I am finding more and more that I am going to, and I always avoided it, but I'm finding more and more that I'm going to need to go significantly deeper into the Kemetic interpretation of the heavens. The reason why is because, first of all, there's so much, and I ain't gonna try to get too deep with y'all. But when I tell you it's so much, just this little astrology that I read to you, because my default is always going to be, which is how we have to be approaching everything. I'm telling you, we have to be up. That's why I don't like. I know that eventually I'm going to have to learn the mechanics, the mathematics of astrology. But when I tell you the only reason I am going to do that is to be better armed to completely deconstruct it. So think about where we are right now in time this year. Just walk with me. This year is 2026. Supposedly, which is a contradiction, supposedly the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States, which is false. And with modern astrologies, I find myself being perpetually, completely, unequivocally mad as hell that I can't find no astrologers who have done a true chart for this country, because this country ain't 250 years old. This country ain't 250 years old. I don't know if y'all knew that or not. This country is not 250 the fuck years old, bitch. It's not. The first enslaved person brought to the shores of the United States of America, of Virginia to be exact, the first enslaved black person to be brought here was in 1619. Bitch, what you mean 250 years? And that's just the first enslaved person. Let's go back a little spell before that. Can we do a birth chart for the goddamn Mayflower? I told you that I saw this whole rundown done by a middle school kid of how all but three of the 47 presidents, all but three of the 47 presidents have ancestry directly linked to what they call the patriarchs of the Mayflower. Did y'all know that? Had y'all heard that? They all but three of your United States presidents have a direct bloodline relationship to the first patriarchs that came over here on the Mayflower. The 7 patriarchs that came over here on the Mayflower, all your presidents but 3. And Obama was one of the ones represented. All but 3. And I don't remember who the 3 that was exempt. But Obama was one of them. All but 3 of your 47 presidents have a direct bloodline relationship to what they call the 7 patriarchs that came over here on the goddamn Mayflower. And y'all act like America ain't a ritual. Y'all act like every single aspect of this country is not a ritual reenactment of conquest. It's a ritual reenactment of conquest. Play it out in your face all the time. Every last one of your presidents go back to the Mayflower, but the chart that y'all done pulled for the United States is 1776. What y'all hiding? Because that's all I hear. Every time I hear somebody tell me, it's the 250th anniversary of America. Yeah. What y'all hiding? Why can't no progressive freaking astrologer as of yet that I have found, not one, has pulled a true chart for this bitch? Can we get a chart done? Because you can get multiple charts. Can we do a chart for the Mayflower? But Virginia was not the first colony. Virginia wasn't the first colony up in this bitch. It's still the most controversial piece of American history today. Roanoke, the missing village. Oh shit. Yeah, done. Oh, I got chills everywhere. Man. Roanoke. Was the first official settlement colony in this country. And from that day to this, these motherfuckers can go all the I'm telling you, these white people be playing in y'all face all the time. When I tell y'all they be playing in your face all the time, they know that you will believe it all. These people can go all. Do you know that they just found? Let me just tell you what they just found in the last month. They just found what was it? What kind of monkey is it? It's a some kind of big ass monkey. I don't an orangutan. Was it orangutan? Some kind of bone. It was a large primate bone. I think they said it was an orangutan. They just found this bone that has, quote, toppled what we believe about math and about numerical understanding, computations in math. That this bone that they found has just turned that shit upside down. Has just turned their understanding of mathematics. Because the girls say, we always just attribute the brilliant minds of the Greek with the founding of mathematics. First of all, you lying like a thousandfold, but I digress. She said no. She said scientists have just found an orangutan bone that is proof positive that complicated mathematical computations, the oldest documentation of complicated mathematical computations is 40 is 40, god damn son of a bitch, is 44,000 years old. This orangutan bone, 44,000 years old from what we know as South Africa today. This bone that was used as a quote counting stick so that a woman would understand if she were she could keep track of if she was pregnant or not through the counting stick. But it was also the oldest origin to speak of the understanding of the female's relationship, not only to the count of days between from bleed to bleed, but she understood this person who was quote marking these marks on the damn bonobo monkey bone that she worked out through her precise mathematical computations that her bleed corresponded with the dark face of the moon. And so on this bonobo monkey bone, or whatever kind of monkey it was, bonobo monkey bone, she, through her own counting of the days from bleed to bleed, had worked out the cosmos in a year, her annual year, and how time, daily time, corresponded to seasonal time, corresponded to annual time. I heard that shit. I was like, my mind just stay blunt by what has been kept, what remains hidden in plain sight. What remains hidden in plain sight. She said, so we have to go back to the drawing board because all this time we was giving all this credit to these Greek men, and we knew better, but we were still giving all this credit to these Greek men for these complicated mathematical computations. Meanwhile, babies in history that they are, bleeding ass women, needing to keep a very strategic and pay a very close attention to her life. It was some ambiguous something that was detached from the cyclicity of her lived experience, which is what I was telling y'all about why in ceremony we made the little shaker. Because everything that we ever did was embodied. It was not a separation between this my spiritual life and this what I do for a job. That ain't never existed until this weirdness that we live in right now. Right? And so why was I talking? Oh, so I got on that because I'm talking to y'all about my perpetual frustration with astrologers and how linear and undynamic they can be in their so-called predictions for what the possibilities are based on these coming astrological and astronomical events. It's like they're tailing the masses. Do you know what I mean when I say tailing the masses? It was a political statement that when you're supposed to be the leader, but your ass ain't dynamic enough to be an innovator, to step out in front of the group, to take a chance and say something that's dynamic, whether it proves to be right or wrong. You ain't no innovator. Your ass is cautious, and you are making your quote predictions based on what you call it, like what do they call it in medicine? They call it based on the general consensus. Based on the general consensus, right? You don't color outside the lines at all. And so we keep getting the same boring, dumbass, kindergartenish ass explanations of what is to come. It's a full moon, and the full moon means you have to shine the light on what's been hidden. It's a new moon, so it's an opportunity to plant new intentions every month for years. Every month. Even the way they were talking about Capricorn today, I said, why? That's what I'm trying to get to. Why do they keep talking about the goldfish like this? Why they keep talking about the goldfish like this? Why does it I've never heard an astrologer in all my years puzzle about how the goatfish started out as a horny goat man and just became a goatfish. See, it wasn't always a goatfish that was a representative of Capricorn. Did you know that? Did you know it was not always a goatfish? The little icon in heaven, the little constant, was not always a goatfish. Did you know that? I did not know that until recent. Did you know that? I did not know that. That before Capricorn was a goatfish, Capricorn was a goat man. We call him Pan. We call him Pan, the horny goat man. We named the whole herb after him. Didn't we do that? We named the whole herb after his iconography, right? Because he had, he was half goat, half man. There's a whole herb called horny goat weed named after Pan. Because when you see him in ancient Greek mythology, painted on the walls, put down in the mosaic floors, the first thing you see is just like a Legba. You see a short, little horny goat man with a massive erection. Just like a Legba. Like some y'all mostly see a Legba as a cute little baby. But when you up in the tradition and you up in the know, he may be a baby, but a Legba got a huge cock. I have a dildo right on my Legba shrine. Most Legba shrines that I've seen have some kind of either self-made, dildo or like a little, plaster cast dildo or a snowball dildo or like some kind of penis-esque looking thing, because the baby Legba is all about fully participating in and guiltlessly participating in the excesses of life, those things that make life on earth worth living. That is what baby Legba represents. He's like, bitch, all I want is to be happy. I want you to keep me happy all the time. What keeps me happy? Alcohol, cigars, weed. I've seen people put cocaine on their Legba altar. What else? Sex. When you quote prostrate to the Orisha, like everybody else, you might have to get on your back, or on your face on the floor. You got to get on the floor and you got to prostrate. Now to a Legba, you got to turn around, shake your ass at a Legba. He want to see you. He want to be clapping cheeks. That's a Legba, right? That's Pan. Isn't that the only story you ever hear of Pan? Is him turning up the party. He playing the flutes like, oh shit, Pan in the house, bitch. What? Turn up. He playing, everybody dancing because he playing the flutes. Remember the movie Chronicles of Narnia? Anybody remember that? Anybody remember Chronicles of Narnia? Did anybody even see the Chronicles of Narnia? I know it's very European-esque. I love it. But did anybody ever see the Chronicles of Narnia? Okay. Now, after I tell you what I got to tell you tonight, your mind's going to be blown, and you're going to have to go right the foot back and watch all of the Chronicles of Narnia, because they was playing in your whole face. The whole Pan is not Dionysus. Pan is like the servant to Dionysus. Pan is the servant to Dionysus. He's like the consort. Not even the consort. He's like I hate to use this analogy, but Pan to Dionysus is like Flavor Flav to Chuck D. Okay? He the hype man. That's a perfect analogy, as a matter of fact. He is the goofy. He is, as a matter of fact, he's the he's the psychopomp. The psychopomp is always a jokester. We call him a trickster, but the psychopomp is always a funny man. Because see, when you think about I want to get that deep. But when you think about the story of Dionysus, Dionysus is the object of veneration and worship. The Maenads, who are his priestesses, because in this story, Dionysus is still the son of the mother. He's still the son of the mother. This is the period where in Greek mythology, goddesses were still being venerated. And so Dionysus was the son to the mother. And it was a crazy story. But anyway, son to the mother. And so all of his, what do you call them? What you would call devotees, disciples, are the Maenads, all females. And in the story, Dionysus is called the liberator. That's his epitaph. He's the liberator. And his servants, his devotees are these wild women, right? Who have the ability for the goddess to come sit in them. Pan's Labyrinth was that. Let me just tell you about. Can I go into all of this? Let me just tell you about Pan's Labyrinth. Because I watched the Pan's Labyrinth when it first came out several times. But after this walk with the goddess in general and this walk with the goddess as Saturn, great-grandmother Crone, and the perpetually hidden, the perpetually disappeared, to be simultaneously disappeared, made invisible, forced into hiding, while simultaneously being villainized to be the most evil, to be the most diabolical, to be the most scary, to simultaneously be hidden in plain sight, ever fucking present, hidden in plain sight, ever present. Oh my God. To be hidden in plain sight, deliberately forced underground, hidden in plain sight, and then to be simultaneously made to be the most wicked, the most evil, the most diabolical, the most terrifying, the most scary, the most what's the word? I can't think of it. And so, because I told y'all, I've been on this uncomfortable walk with Capricorn for about 2 years now. Y'all know that's my moon, right? So talking like really crying and trying to figure out what my life looked like, looking on this shit and ayahuasca, and she's like, "Get a grip, bitch. You're just looking at me wrong. I'm not your enemy." You understand? My Capricorn placement as my moon. I'm not your enemy, bitch. You just need to look at me wrong. I mean, you're just looking at me wrong. You need to look at me with fresh eyes. And so that's how we've been on this walk with Saturn as great-grandmother Crone. However, this thing that happened when we transitioned into Capricorn season on December 21st this past year was when I said, okay, from now on until we have the breakthrough that she is pushing for, every time I talk to y'all, assume, even if it seems unrelated, that I am talking about great-grandmother Crone. I am talking about the ever-present Saturn. And when I say ever-present, I mean it's avoidable. Let me tell you what happened yesterday. Day before yesterday. I go walking in the city all the time, and I tell y'all, every time I go somewhere, I find something crazy on the ground, on the street, whatever. I'm walking just down the street to the park. There's a park about 4 blocks away from me, and there is something on the ground. I was like, "What's this?" Let me show you what I picked up. It was cheesy. It was cute and cheesy. It was a box of cards. Look at this. See this? On the ground on my way home from the park. It's called Listen, Bitch. That's the name. That's the name of the day. Right? I was like, look at this. I just found this on the street, right? So I opened it up. I'm like, oh, cute. These are cute, right? The subtitle is A New Mom's Edition, Affirmation Cards to Conquer the Beautiful Chaos of Motherhood, right? I mean, these things are like practically new. No dirt on them. Nothing. Right on the side of the road, right? And so this is the opening card. Listen, bitch. Listen, bitch, right? So I was like, dang. They cute. They purple, you see? Listen, bitch, right? And so this one says, listen, bitch, Your baby is fucking amazed by you. Oh, that's so cute, right? Listen, bitch. Take a minute and stare at your baby. You made this shit. This is cute, right? This cute, right? Hold on. Listen, bitch. You are in an elite group of sleep deprived, poop stained badasses who are crushing it. Cute. Listen, bitch. Every stretch mark is a fucking beauty mark. Let's go, right? Hold on. Listen, bitch. Fuck mom guilt. You're doing your best, and that's all that matters. Okay. Right off the side of the road. I was like, yep, this is cute. So I flipped through a couple of them, like, okay. Oh, wait, this is a good one. Listen, bitch. You should be proud of surviving that shit show called motherhood. Listen, bitch. Don't feel guilty about needing more time alone. That shit is necessary. This is cute, right? This is cute, right? Hold on. Listen, bitch. You stronger than any loneliness you may feel. Oh. Listen, bitch, your kids deserve your patience and love, and so do you. Be kind to yourself. Oh, right, this cute. Listen, bitch, motherhood is a messy mix of love, tears, and laughter. Embrace it all. Oh, this cute shit, right? So I was like, oh, that just lifted my little spirit. You see how Spirit be sending me these cute little, like, yes, bitch, I'm still here. You feel me? Oh, I got another one too. I'll tell you about that later. But I was like, even my friend that I'm that's my house guest right now. We were literally just talking about the Avengers. Day 4 yesterday. I went on a walk yesterday and found on the ground, y'all, on the ground, a freaking Avengers logo keychain. We just talked about the Avengers logo, the literal logo. 2 days ago, yesterday, I go on a walk and find an Avengers car keychain logo. He was like, yo, that's crazy. I said, no, that kind of shit happened to me all the time. Now I just need it to happen bigger and grander and better. I need to find $25,000. That's what I need. I need to find $50,000. Okay. All these little synchronicities. I love it. I'm like, yes, look at Spirit just be up in here like this. Literal. We were just talking about the actual logo of the Avengers because it looks, side note, the damn I have a theory. The Avengers logo looks almost identical. So the SS Army of Nazi Germany, the SS Army, they had so the SS Army was like, I'm not gonna go that deep into this, but just to know, the SS Army had branches up under it. The SS Army was not technically the army. The SS Army was they were like the police. They were the police, not like the police. They were the police of Nazi Germany. Okay? There was a branch underneath the SS or within the SS called the SA. Yeah. I told y'all, I am convinced that all this quote censoring language that they are supposedly enforcing on you and shit, you have to say SA, you have to say grape and all of that stuff. I said, somebody feeding that shit to y'all. I said, this shit is a psyop. Y'all have been saying grape. And then lo and behold, the Epstein files come out. And he had been using the word grape, talking about pizza and grape soda and shit since 1972. I said they seed this shit into the collective consciousness to give it power. So here you are thinking that it's because of the censorship and shit that you got to say grape. No, the same motherfuckers doing this diabolical shit has seeded this shit into your lexicon to give it power. I'm telling you. So I had been hearing this essay about assault, right? I was like, you won't have me do it. I know this shit is sinister. How about not even looking for it? I'm doing a little research that we going into the deep dive about the SS and why the Nazis were so obsessed with the SS, right? And lo and behold, in bold ass letters, the SA. Do you know what the SA was in Nazi Germany? The SA was the equivalent to the secret police, the Secret Service in the White House. The Secret Service. These are like your spies, your espionage types up in the SS Army. You feel me? And so I was like, what's the SA? I ain't even heard of no SA. Let me go on over here and see what the SA is. And when I tell you that the logo for the SA faction of Nazi Germany is almost identical to the Avengers logo, I said, what the fuck am I looking at right now? I said, what am I looking at right now? Why are these two logos so closely? They look almost identical. I said, let me go on up into this shit, right? So I go up into the shit, and I have developed, listen, it's not far-fetched. I have developed a theory. And somebody gonna be mad. But maybe if I say it out loud, maybe that be the thing to make my shit pop once and for all. I am convinced that not only was Stan Lee, because I'm certain that Stan Lee was a Zionist, right? The founder of Marvel Comics. I'm certain that Stan Lee was a Zionist. That's not even like something that you have to, think about too hard. I'm certain that he was a Zionist. But what I'm more certain of is that as a Zionist, Stan Lee was a white nationalist. I'm convinced. Not only am I convinced, I am convinced in a way that when I was talking to you about this white boy in the beginning, who is supposedly an evangelical, who is just, fighting for an all-white America, who is actually a practicing Orthodox Jew, these Jews who always align themselves strategically with the interests of Black people. You understand? I have a theory that, and the theory is still bound up in what we're talking about. It's still bound up in the iconography of the hidden, of the deliberately forced underground, of the ever-present, deliberately hidden in plain sight. Hidden so well in plain sight that on a daily basis, white people, Jewish people who happen to be white people as well, fuck what you heard, who are white people as well, will be in a store and literally act like, yo, I'm 6 foot. I am 5'7". I weigh 250 pounds. I'm giving y'all a lot of it. I'm 5'7". I weigh 250 fucking pounds. I got stretch marks, long hair, big ass nose. And a motherfucker will pass 3 inches in front of me. 3 inches. And until I say, excuse you, they'll be like, oh, I didn't even see you standing there. And I'm like, how the fuck? So I had been perplexed because I had heard that shit for so long. That's what you mean? You ain't see me in the club. When I was in Florida and I go see my friend's band playing, and I be dancing, and this is mostly white people that would go see his band. I told Gumby, I said, man, if you do not call the behavior of these white folks who act like they cannot dance on the dance floor without bumping into a bitch, you just don't see me, and I'm the only or 1 or 2, 3 Black people in the room, and you just constantly bumping into a bitch. Or another thing white women love to do is to, like, we're dancing and our hair is just gonna pop you. I'm like, look, bitch, my hair is heavier than yours, and I promise you my shit hurt more than yours do. I will be right back in it. I told Goopy, I said, I'm gonna start bringing a motherfucking shank when I come to see you. I used to crack jokes all the time. I was like, because I don't give a damn how tall my heels are, how bright my outfit is. It's like, what, all you white people just blind? Like, y'all just can't see my black ass. You don't bump into nobody else on the dance floor, but when it comes to me, you just all up in my space. I said, I'm gonna start sliding the shank right up into my sleeve. Let a bitch hit me. She gonna get mysteriously jugged in the ribs. He's like, please don't do it, Cassandra. Please don't do it. I was like, well, you better be making an announcement from the stage or something. Because listen, these fucking people. Anyway, how the hell I got up on that? But your boy Stan Lee. Let me tell you two things about this Avengers shit and that goddamn logo. So I'm reading these whole pages about a whole wing of the Nazi regime I'd never even heard of. I said, this is where y'all SA come from. All that SA. I said, I told y'all they was seeding this shit into the goddamn cultural collective out this bitch. I told y'all. I said, I ain't saying none of that dumbass shit. I ain't saying that. Because I said, everything we say, I'm telling you, has been seeded into your shit. You feel me? And so I see this essay. I was like, let me go on over here and peep through. And the logo looks almost identical to the Avengers logo. I was like, what the fuck they playing at? Baby, let me tell you something. You can share it far and wide, but tell people where you got it from. Let me tell you. I said, okay, why would Stan Lee make the Avengers logo the same, almost damn near identical to the damn logo of, quote, the most terrible bad guys in history? Why would he do that? I know he had to know that it looked too close to the same. It's deeper than that. You know how there are a lot of people drawing a connection of similarity between Zionists and Nazis, right? And the Zionists are like clutching pearls, all that fake outrage and shit. And so people are drawing these connections. How about there's this group of young people who were, they were like Jewish revolutionary gangsters, right? So after the war ended, this group of revolutionary gangsters was like, look, because the Nuremberg trials were happening, okay? And so these revolutionary gangsters was like, them just going to trial is not enough. They're like, we trying to get some licks off. What you heard? We trying to get some licks. These Jews who are perpetually being forced in your face as innocent and wimpy and weak. Every time they talk about the Second World War, they always like perpetuate this really toxic image of them that was the only role that they had was as victims. I was like, why would they do that? Even I had read in high school about like people who resisted, people who ran away, people who resisted, right? So I was like, why is it that every movie all you see are these weak, frail? It was like they just like nobody fought back, right? Baby. These revolutionary gangsters, it was a group of like 13 or so of them. They was like, They was like, these Nuremberg trials, they with the shits. That's what they said. They with the shits. As a matter of fact, I got a quote. Where I wrote that? They was with the shits. They was like, this Nuremberg trial ain't gonna do shit. Why did they say that? Because what we learned all after the fact was that a great majority of the folks were able to escape. How were they able to escape? With the assistance of the Roman Catholic Church in the United States. That's how they was able to escape. Why do you think Argentina looked the hell the way it do right now? Why do you think Florida looked the way it do right now? I read in a it was like an encyclopedia of serial killers way back when. And in the encyclopedia of serial killers, there was a quote conspiracy theory that the quote rise in serial killers in the United States in the 60s directly corresponded with the quote influx of not former Nazi soldiers, generals, and scientists who had been given asylum in Argentina and the United States. That, listen to me, in a serial killer encyclopedia when I was 19 years old said that some people have drawn a direct correlation with the increase of serial killers in the 60s and the quote influx of asylum seeking Nazi soldiers, generals, officers, and scientists, many of whom who went to work for NASA, created NASA, right? But there was linking one elusive Nazi soldier with upwards of 2,000 murders of indigenous children in South America. You heard? So anyway, so I was like, why are they always doing that? Why are they always showing them like they ain't have no fight back, like they ain't have no fight back. You feel me? And then I found this. Where's that? It was child, let me tell you. Oh my God, there's so much I want to tell y'all. Oof. Shit. So much. But where's this at? Anyway, I might have to give you Cliff's Note summation version. The long and the short of it was, child, that I'm about to blow y'all mind. I wish I could read it word for word. Let me look through these notes real quick. I'm about to blow y'all mind because my mind was up in here blown. Hold on. Because my mind was up in here blown. I don't think it's... So much. Yeah. It's not in this stack. I'm gonna just have to try to tell y'all. So this revolutionary, these they was young, 24, 25, these revolutionary gangster Jews, right? Here it is. Child, here it is right at the top. Listen to this. Chat. So the leader of the group, the founder of the group, his name was Abba, like the band ABBA, Abba Kovner. Okay. He organized this group of young people called the Nakam. The Nakam. The event was called the Nakam. Okay. What Nakam means in Hebrew is revenge. It literally means revenge on the perpetrators. Revenge on the perpetrators. You heard? Okay. This was the quote. So apparently they were so well organized and hidden after the quote event that it wasn't until I think 2016 where they interviewed one of the survivors of the event. And he's like, I'm old now, you feel me? And I'm about to die. I'm like 80 something. And so let me go ahead and tell y'all what had happened. He gets interviewed. He gets interviewed and is given the rundown about what they did. Because everything up until 2016 was suspected, but there was no proof. Okay? Let me tell you what had happened. So the creator, this Abba Kovner, he was quoted as saying, quote, "We had to do something to make people remember that such atrocities are punished and not just that someone goes to jail." Y'all ain't heard. Y'all ain't heard. Y'all ain't heard. This white boy, this Jewish white boy, you know what he said? He said, jail is not enough. He said, We have to make the world remember that such atrocities are punished, and not just that somebody goes to jail. Such crimes must be punished in a way that the world will remember. Listen to what I'm telling. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. Okay? So it says on April 13th and 14th of 1946, they planned a mass revenge event at the Nuremberg trials. So what had happened was, they said it was about 650. What did they say? I forget how many. It was more than that. It was maybe 6,500. Maybe it was 6,500 that were being housed that were being not housed. They were arrested. They were awaiting trial. About 6,500 of them were at a former concentration camp. These Nazis awaiting trial were being held in this former concentration camp awaiting trial. So what one of the dudes was assigned to do was to get a job in the bakery. So the prisoners would get daily bread and water. Okay. So he went to go get a job at the prison bakery so that he could surveil, right? The original plan was to poison the water system, to poison the water at the center so that everybody that drinks the water would die. And it was like, there ain't too many people who Jews up in there, so they just gonna have to be collateral damage. They just gonna have to take one for the team. But if we can poison this water supply that feeds the whole bill, we can cull the herd. We can knock off a few thousand at one time. Huh? So they planned this mass revenge. And one of them say, we need a name. Listen to what I'm telling y'all about this Jewish revolutionary gangster revenge organization of about 13 young people. One of the young people say, we need a name. What we gonna call ourselves? These Jewish Zionist revenge seeking young folk. In 1946. You know what their name was? The Avengers. Child, please. Energy say it ain't so. The hell you say? I was up in here screaming. The fuck? Like that. I said, I said, I'm twirling right now. It gets deeper. It gets deeper than even that. It gets deeper. So here I'm telling y'all. The first thing I was trying to tell y'all with this cute little baby dick is how Saturn is always ever present, right? So I found the little dick on the side of the road. This shit is damn near brand new. I was like, look at how the mother be showing out. Go through the little dick. I'm like, that's cute, whatever. I was in the living room. I brought it over here, and I'm looking at the top of the box. I said, if you don't get the whole fuck up out of here. Oh, no, this ain't the end. I said, if you don't get the whole hell up out of here, look at that. You see that? When I say she be everywhere, look at this. Great grandmother Crones, Saturn. When I say she be every the fuck, I'm not joking. She be every the fuck where. I said, how the hell? I said, how the hell? Y'all see that? Now, what's this got to do with anything on here? Look, listen, bitch. This. I said, I didn't even notice it until I sat it down on here on the side. Okay, now let me go back to the Avengers thing. And the reason I got on that is because I found the little Avengers logo on the road when I'm walking. I found so much shit out here when I'm walking. So anyway, let me tell you what had happened. That's not even so first of all, Stanley, I have a theory. Let me tell you what the theory is first. We all over the goddamn place. But let me tell you what the theory is. Because all of this shit is connected. I ain't talking about like subtly. I'm talking about like once you see it, your ass will be perpetually flabbergasted. Perpetually flabbergasted. Yes, flabbergasted. I have a theory. Okay? Just a theory. So if we're going to use yin and yang yet again for our kind of base level understanding of how to diagnose the political world. Okay? Because that's what we do. We diagnosing the political world. We diagnosing the society. All right. So here you got the yin and yang, and we'll put, yeah. I should have made that red, but whatever. Still can. This is getting to the Stan Lee thing. Make no mistake. Okay. Yeah, I should have did it that way, but whatever. Oh, that works. Let's go. This is actually quite perfect. Surely is. Because I'm about to blow y'all mind right now. Y'all don't even know. Your mind is about to be blown. Okay? Blown. All right. So we got... I didn't have my black right near me. So we're using red and blue. Okay? Which still works. Okay. So my theory is this. As a matter of fact, let me do something else. Sorry. Let me do something else. Mommy gets it. Are you in here? Are you in the house screaming over the revelations? Speaking of revelations, there was something I wanted to tell y'all the last time that I'm going to tell you right now while I'm drawing the second picture. I am convinced. I talked about it at length about how I feel like I'm having these moments frequently, where I'm like, this story was about me. Yeah, what these motherfuckers was like, what do they call it? Peering into the looking glass. These motherfuckers was peering into the looking glass, and they wrote me in these stories. Cassandra wasn't a metaphor. Cassandra was literally me. Fight your mama. I'm telling you, right? And if Cassandra was me, actually, right? The story of Cassandra, right? If Cassandra was actually me, and I can see the future, and I'm saying that that we have to right all wrongs. We have to flip the fucking script. We have to to reverse the inversion. Then Cassandra's legacy is not going to be my goddamn legacy. This, the doomed prophetess who sees the future, but nobody don't believe her until it's too late and type of shit. That ain't my... Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all why I know this story was about me. Let me tell y'all something. I didn't even think about it till yesterday when I was reading about horses. I said, oh my fucking God, how in the hell did I miss this? Let me tell y'all something. Do y'all know what my second job was out of high school? Because I didn't want to go to college. I just wanted to be out here living. Do you know what my second job out of high school was? Just guess. Just guess. Just guess. You couldn't guess in a million years, but assume it has something to do with Cassandra's story that you know of in Troy. Do you know what my second job right out of high school was? This shit hit me like a massive ton of bricks. And I said, how in the fuck did I miss this shit teaching as long as I have? What in the hell does a choir singer have to do? What in the hell does a librarian have to do with Cassandra? What y'all talking about? I said, think about the story of Cassandra. Y'all tripping over here in this comment section. Oh shit. Y'all wildin'. Oh my God. Oh my God. First of all, bitches, my name is Cassandra. Okay. Let me tell you, I grew up in a little bitty town that is exactly 35 minutes away from the city of Troy. Did y'all know that? I grew up 35 minutes from a city in Alabama named Troy, the city of Troy. Sure did. Sure did. You think that's irony? It's not. Do you know that because the city of Troy is 35 minutes away from where I grew up, the second job I had two factory jobs. My first job was at Russell's Athletic Corporation, sewing sweatshirts and sweatpants. Sewing sweatshirts and sweatpants. After I left there, my second job, a factory, the second biggest factory in Southeast Alabama. I was pregnant as hell, sitting at a table with a pole about this big, mounted into the tables like this. And they had like air flowing out of the pole. And we had to take Trojan condoms and stick them on the penis-esque poles and step on the little lever that will blow a stream of air out of the little bitty hole on the top of the pole so that we could test the condoms for holes. That was my second job. Was working at a Trojan condom factory in Dothan, Alabama, just outside the city of fucking Troy. Yes. I said, how the fuck? I went to Troy State University. Yes, I did. I said, God, shit. Now listen, talking about the perpetual hidden, always hidden in plain sight. How many movies have you seen about Troy that have Cassandra in it? Every time a movie comes out about the Trojan War, I'm like, how the fuck is Cassandra? She is the cornerstone of the whole story. She wasn't in the one with Brad Pitt? I don't know if she was in the Odyssey. I haven't seen it yet. I've seen like 3-4 movies about the Trojan War. She ain't been in but one. And that was for half a second. I said, how did they reconcile that? This girl plays a major role in the story of the fall of Troy because it could have been prevented. See, she is the one that made the saying, "Don't look a gift horse in the mouth," popular. Cassandra is the reason that you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. See, and I was like, baby, you have to be paying attention to your life. Your destiny is trying to tell you, baby, there's something that you can learn from your childhood, from your youth, from your teenage years that you ain't paying attention to. This shit as much as I've been talking to y'all about Cassandra, this shit hit me like a ton of bricks. I said, how the fuck I didn't even remember I used to work at a Trojan condom factory. The fuck? I was like, so I'm telling you, these motherfuckers are writing us. Particularly those that they have made invisible in plain sight. Black skinned, big nosed, big lipped, big assed, big titty, stretch mark having, nappy hair having black ass women. I'm telling you, they are watching you and learning you and writing you to get in front of you. If we tell the story before she lives out the story, then to diabolicize what it is we have come here to do. See, if you diabolicize what you have seen is to come, how are they able to see what is to come? If you diabolicize it, how do you diabolicize it? In these stories. Do you know that the supervillain for the Daredevil movie is called Bullseye. I said, oh my God. Anyway, let me finish this because I could be all over the place all night. But this shit. So anyway, we got two of these. I'm about to blow y'all mind. Stanley and convince. First of all, not only is quote what people are saying, what they are deducing, is correct. Not let me not get in front of myself because this is the reason that I'm drawing these yin yangs. Okay, walk with me because I'm about to split y'all skull open. Uh, uh, um, uh, alchemic energy says, "Dang, you right. You got me recounting those movies. She sure wasn't in but one, and basically just made a camp." But Cassandra as a character is emblematic of what I am telling you about the ever present, permanently invisible black ass sheet that is literally everywhere, literally in everything, and perpetually invisible. Let me tell you something else. I asked y'all about a month ago. Because I told y'all that it came back through my feed, and I was like, damn, that shit was profound. And I wasn't even talking about the goddess back then. I was just on some Black Power shit. But I made this post when we used to have Facebook notes, asking all these conscious brothers, asking all these conscious people. Actually, I said, think about this scenario. If every movie that you ever loved it, it was your jam. Think about every movie that you ever loved, and do one thing. That movie that you loved exactly the way that it was. Think about that movie. If every single character in the movie, if their race was inverted, if their race was flipped upside down, every character, because most of the movies that I was talking about at that time, the cast was predominantly black and white. That's it. Feel me? So if that's the scenario with your favorite movies, regardless, that the characters in your favorite movie that were white make them black, and the characters that were black in that movie make them white. Script exactly the same, cinematography exactly the same, everything exactly the same, but the inversion of the race of the characters. Would it change the story? If so, how would it change the story? And people were like, yo, that's deep as fuck. Oh my God. Right? Well, I asked y'all last month. I told y'all they came through my little memories on my Facebook. I said, but take that shit a step further. Not only invert the race of the characters, now swap the genders. When I say that our great grandmother Crone Saturn, who is black, her iconography is black, her stories are black, her primordial essence is black, not just in Africa. Kali's name, literally, the Black One. Krishna, her son, her first child, black. His name means black, right? On and on and on. Every the fuck where you go, she black. She black. You understand? And so I said, she black. She black. Let me tell you. So here you got. I'm about to fuck y'all up. I'm just gonna tell you this is gonna hurt your feelings, but it's also gonna feel like the kind of hurt, like it's gonna be the kind of hurt that is painful to the touch, is so sharp and stabbing, but once the release happens, you just like, oh my God, I didn't realize how bad I needed that. You got a big old rising on the side of your face, and it's big, it's red, and it's ugly, and it hurt just to touch it and put a towel on it to draw it to a head, and to touch it, it's like, oh my God, you streaming tears. But as soon as that release come, you're like, oh yes, this is how it's about to hurt. Here you go, yin and yang. Okay, just yin and yang. I need y'all to be making donations because I'm dropping dimes on y'all that you ain't gonna find nowhere else. And I told y'all I have eviction court in 8 days. I need you to see the value of what it is that I'm dropping on you. I need you to see that and internalize it and respond with the value that you would give to a professor dropping dimes on you that you won't be getting from no professor nowhere. Okay? EvoEmeTemp is how you can send me a Zelle or a PayPal. $ Daughter of the Fates is how you can send me a Cashapp. Cassandra, Cassandra -Floyd, Floyd, is how you can send me a Venmo. Please show your support for these breakthroughs I be giving. Please and thank you. Okay? Okay. So this is your yin and yang. All right? Yin and yang has perpetually been taught to us as antagonistic dualism. Okay? Not harmony of opposites and warring opposites. Thank you so much, Jamila, for your donation, baby. I appreciate you. Warring opposites, not a harmonious union of opposites within the one, has been transformed into warring opposites. So within the context of its transformation from harmonious union of apparent opposite presentations within the one, right? What has happened? It's, baby, when I say they stay playing in y'all face, I've been up in here in a way, okay? In the movie, in the series called The Wheel of Time, you remember that when they go to the center, remember they had to go to the center of the world? Right? They had to go to the center of the world, right? Remember that when she, what was her name? White girl name in blue? Maureen. I think her name was Maureen. And they had her and the boy who she believed was the dragon reborn, and they had to go to the center of the world. And you remember when they did a pan down looking at them at the center of the world, and they were standing in the yin and yang? They were standing in the yin and yang. I was screaming like, what the fuck? Oh my God, right? I'm hollering. What the damn, right? And guess what happens when they get to the center of the world? They break it. They break it, right? But that wasn't the first time it had been broken. Remember that. Thank you so much for the donation, Krista Stanford. I appreciate you too. Thank you so much. I love that. So they tell the story in the second season about, so this world that they currently live in is kind of archaic. They in horse and buggy. They got the light fires to cook. What this and that and this and that. It's like, like European, like what you call it, like the feudal age in Europe, right? Horse and buggy, this and that and this and that. But then in the second season, they tell you the beginning how it was so technologically advanced, and something happened during the time of the last dragon reborn, who was a brother. I don't know if y'all remember that. He was a light-skinned brother, but he was a brother. And his baby mama was a white girl. And their baby was in the little, and he and her, he's dressed in all black, the baby daddy. And baby mama, who is also, what do they call her? Queen Mother or whatever. She is a white girl dressed in all white. I was like, damn, Lord, why they got to be playing with your emotions like this? So they're having a conversation. They're arguing about something, right? He wants to do something. Now, at this time, you remember, Aes Sedai were not just women, that the Aes Sedai could be male or female, the people who were able to touch the one power. And it is because it's inferred that because this dude who was basically her equal at the White Tower had this position. I don't even remember what it was, but had this position that in her mind was counter to that of the one power. And he's like, no, it's in accordance with the one power, whatever. They beef. And it is implied that this disagreement between this brother and his white baby mama. He dressed in all black and she dressed in all white. Is the basis for what they called the breaking of the world. The breaking of the world is what they called it. So this technologically advanced past, future, right? This past that was so amazing and like technologically advanced. And then 3,000 years into the future, they on horse and buggies and carriages and cooking outside on open fires and type of shit. Right? No electricity. You know what I'm saying? They called it the breaking of the world. Okay. Now, what does that mean for us in real time while they playing in your face? Because every single solitary thing that you watched since the beginning, since the advent of the movie industry, is an outright raping of your own actual stories that have actually happened in the real world. Every single story. I do not care. I don't care what the story is. Every story has been an outright, damn near word for word retelling. And when I say retelling, I mean inverted retelling of your own story. They called it the breaking of the world. What did we say world meant? Hold on, I've got that. What did we say the etymology for the word world was? See, that's how I need to organize this shit. Where is it? Somebody, it'll probably be faster for somebody to just search the etymology for the word world and copy and paste it in my in the comment section, so I'm not looking through a giant ass pile of fresh notes. But I need it. Somebody do that. Somebody search the etymology for the word world. One person searched the regular etymology. Another person searched the Hebrew etymology for the word world. If I don't find it up in here before y'all do. So y'all come on, do that for me. The English word world comes from the Old English wereld, rooted in Proto-Germanic wereldes. It is a compound of two words, were, meaning man. Fuck, I forgot about that. Were, meaning man, or human. ALD, or ELD, meaning an age or a lifetime. World is a singular lifetime. Do you hear me? Y'all ain't heard. There's a whole concept of the quote eon or age of man. Of man. Listen. So in let's see. Literally translate. There it is. Literally translating to the age of man. The word originally referred to human existence, and earthly life, contrasting with the divine, eternal, or underworld realms. There was another one. No, yeah. Oh, and who was it? Alchemist Energy. There should have been something further that says world is not synonymous with earth. World does not mean earth. It means man. World does not mean earth. It means man or human. Listen to me. Listen to me. Talking about the wheel of time, talking about this concept that is replete throughout the series of the quote breaking of the world. Now that we know this etymology of the world, that is not synonymous with the earth. It's not the breaking of the earth, it's the breaking of the world. What world? This world. What's this world? It's you. What's this world? It's you. It's you. The breaking of the world. What does that translate to? Let me tell you. So we'll assume, because I got two of these. I drew two of these for a reason. I drew two of these. Okay. And we're going to turn them opposite ways. Okay. So on this one, let's do this one first. This one is the undivided. This one is the original. This one is the unbroken, the unsevered, the whole. What do we call the whole? The grand androgyne. What is the primordial mother featured as in every single solitary mythology on earth? As the grand androgyne, whose name is always she. Okay? This is she. This is she. Okay? This is the whole. This is the unified. This is the polar extremes existing within the one. All right? Now, what they in that show playing in your face, they was playing in your face in a million ways. Okay? I could do a whole lecture series on the Wheel of Time because that shit was great and equally diabolical. I digress. So this concept that they keep talking about through the whole thing, the breaking of the world, is so in your face. It is everywhere. This is the breaking of the world. It's that simple. When I say everything had been inverted, it's that simple. The grand androgyne becomes he. Becomes he. The grand androgyne becomes he. The he, child, listen. You think I'm tripping? Remember that little bullshit ass story they used to tell? I think evangelicals still say this dumbass shit on the Senate floor. What they say? That in the beginning, God created Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. So gross, right? But let me tell you. They say that in the beginning, God created Adam. Then he put Adam to sleep and popped off one of Adam's ribs and made Eve. Monstrous. But let me tell you. Oh, and then there's another one. Oh, it's even worse to hear grown-ups say this shit. Oh, it's like uncomfortable for me to even tell you. But they say that in the beginning, God created man. You feel me? And then he put Adam to sleep. And then he popped off one of his ribs and made Eve. And when Adam woke up, when Adam woke up and saw his partner Eve, he said, "Whoa, man." Terrible. Oh, it's icky even saying, but that's a thing I heard grown-ups say, right? Whoa, man. Inverted. That's what it is. It's an inversion. Okay? It's hidden in plain sight. The divine androgyne suffering from severance, made small, while her son is aggrandized above her. Woman, the first, as the scientifically proven, spontaneously procreating, parthenogenic, self-cloning she that in her harmonious relationship with the earth in a process called divine evolutionary emergence sees that after a time of reproducing herself, she must gift her daughters herself with a partner, with a son, with a lover, right? This is the basis behind all of these goddess stories that these freaking weirdo patriarchs perverted and inverted into these wicked ass, weird ass stories of mother son incest. No, it was not. No, it wasn't. They tell that story about Jezebel. They tell that story about so many of these goddesses. This is the perversion of the son gone mad, retelling and a retelling in his malignancy and a wicked diabolical inversion of the story, which is the grand androgyne. What does it mean for the mother to be grand androgyne? Is this some kind of mythological, spiritual, like epitaph? No, bitch. You with a uterus sitting in this chair right the fuck now are the grand androgyne as a procreator. Right now in your body, if you was born with a uterus, your ovaries contain ovum that have both polar bodies necessary to become a spontaneous procreator again if something happens in the environment where you do not have male partners through sexual union to continue the species. Every woman, every female human, not just female humans, every female higher vertebrate mammal, every female higher vertebrate mammal has all the polar bodies necessary within her ovaries to give birth to herself. That's what cloning is parthenogenic, spontaneous procreation, asexual, spontaneous procreation. See, that's what it means to be divine androgyne. You have all the polar bodies necessary in your body to give birth if some type of environmental catastrophe deems it necessary for the species to exist, to continue to exist. You see? But after some time, as a spontaneous procreating deity, the grand androgyne with what? Both the both the extremes in her body necessary to continue the species. You see? I'm gonna tell you something else that's gonna fuck you up though. Hold on, let me finish this. Because here she is, the woman, the original grand androgyne that she was. You feel me? And then she disappeared in typical fashion in the most insidious, hostile takeover and smash and grab in the all of the human epoch ever. She is made damn near invisible while her son is upraised above her. You see? Now the world becomes synonymous with man only. There he is. It is the breaking. It is the severance. This is the breaking of the world that they're talking about. Think I'm crazy? Hold on. Under the mother, I'm going to go back to these little graphs too. Under the mother, this shit was staring me in my face one night. I said, how in the hell? How we ain't seen this shit? And I say hiding in plain sight, hidden in your face. That's why every fucking white person you walk by don't know how to say excuse me and genuinely act surprised when you say what the fuck, excuse you. And they literally, oh my God, I did not see you standing there. When you are blinded by the light of day, it makes sense. Because when you think about blinded by the light at the peak, what do we say? High noon in the desert. This is the age of the desert. The age of man is the age of the desert. And at high noon in the desert, if you had a sundial, guess what? There would be no shadow cast. There would be no black present, no shadow, no shade. I said, oh my fucking God, this shit is literal. These motherfuckers are so crazy, blinded by the light of the madness of the sun gone rogue at the age of the desert, high noon, in the season that is time. The season that is time. The sun gone rogue is about a season of time that is epitomized by being blinded by the light. They cannot see our big, giant, extra black asses because that shit is literal in their consciousness. To be in the desert, white sands of the desert, bright blue sky of the desert with no clouds present, high noon, the most destructive phase of the sun. There's no shade. There's no shadow cast. Our black asses are the shade. We are the shadow. We are the black. They literally, child, whiteness has blind, malignant whiteness. Let me clarify. Malignant whiteness, pathological whiteness has literally blinded them. They be acting dazed and fucking confused. I said, how the fuck every white person that walk by you act like they don't see you? I was like, oh my God, no, this is literal pathological madness that literally blinds them to shade, shadow. Y'all think I'm tripping. Let me trip on y'all a little harder. So I was like, all right, I'm seeing all this shit in plain sight, okay? Oh, so hold on. So I was up in here one night. I shared part of this with you guys, but I got deeper, bitch. Because when I say it's everywhere, and the mother keeps saying the same thing. I haven't even done ceremonial drugs in so long. It's been well over a year, maybe probably almost 2 years since I ate mushrooms, bitch. So when y'all see me descend into ceremony, I'm telling you, this is tapped in type of shit. Okay, so let me tell you. I was thinking about movies or something. I don't know, whatever. And somebody mentioned it earlier. I think somebody mentioned it in the comment section earlier. But let me tell you, baby. She was mentioning what's his name? The little child named Damien in the movie Omen. Y'all remember that movie, little scary movie about the birth of the little baby Antichrist and shit, the Omen, right? Well, back in ancient Greece and ancient Rome, Omen was not was because now we get through propaganda. We think omen is always bad, right? An omen was just a sign. It could be good, it could be bad, right? It was just a sign. I said, holy shit. It became bad when it became synonymous with us. You see that? How that omen became women. Did you see that? Did you see that? I was like, am I tripping? Is it too easy? She said, no. The simpler, the better. If your adversary is the author of all confusion, bitch, keep it simple. Make it plain. Keep it simple. Y'all think y'all think I'm tripping, right? Let me tell you. Let's go back to these. Okay. So this is the she. And this is the broken world. It's the this represents no, this one represents the great breaking. Okay, the divide, right? You see how she is the supreme up in here, and he wants to be the supreme. In order for him to be the supreme, his foot has to be on the neck of his mother. You think I'm tripping? Okay. So, on the world under he. So this is what I've been working on in my own personal deep dives. Okay. The world under he, we're gonna call pa or ba, which is problematic, but maybe we'll go into that later. Okay. So under he, we'll call him pa or ba. Okay. Under she, ma or mommy. Okay. All right. All right. So we got these. All right. Now, there's so much that's happening right now. And I know you don't think this is still related to the astrology, but it actually is. Okay. And this is me working out in real time how I'm going to teach this. So just walk with me. All right. So I'm working on a column. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can find it real quick. I have this column idea thing, right? Because the reason I just drew the pa and the ba for you is because, and let me tell you, I'm always telling y'all about these goddamn these little libraries all over the city. These little cute, they look like big mailboxes, and people be putting books in here, and you can take books for free. And I'm telling you how I'm always finding books that are like right on time. It's like crazy how right on time the books I find in the little library. Y'all know I have been on this diatribe for almost a year and a half about the headlessness cult, or the cult of headlessness, right? Like I'm always talking about the cult of headlessness, right? All over the place, right? Look at what the fuck I found in the goddamn little library day for yesterday. It's called In the Valley of Headless Men, bitch. I just found this book in a little library free in somebody's front yard. And look what's on the front. That little Capricorn ram, as today is the Capricorn full moon. I said, listen, I just found this in the free little libraries all over, scattered all over this damn city. Y'all see this? And this has been my soapbox for I don't know how long. I was like, come on in the room. Come on in the room with this crazy shit. You feel me? Anyway, all right. So I was going to look at, where did I draw that damn diagram? All right, we're just going to do like this. Yeah, we're just going to do it like this. All right. Because off the top of my head, I don't remember what book I drew it in. But let me just tell you real quick that. Okay. So this is what I'm working on. Man, if somebody bite my shit, I'm gonna be really fucking mad. I'm gonna just tell you. So when ancient text talks about the Alamant, they're not just referring to planets or physical realms. They're talking about realms of existence that are hidden from ordinary perception. But here's the interesting part: of Olam doesn't mean world in the geographic sense. It also means hidden, concealed, beyond view. That's dope. That's dope as fuck. Hold on. Etymology stems from the root "yubul," meaning to bring or moisture, flowering or flowing. It describes the earth as moist, fertile, and therefore capable of supporting life and habitation. concealed below, hidden. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, hold that thought. All right. So listen, if what we're looking at so fucking super simplistically that it was easy to hide it in plain sight. They was like, look, that's remember I was telling you about that the white boy on what's it called, Morgue Official, and he was talking about the hidden book of Thomas and how the book of Thomas revealed the secret to immortality according to Jesus. And what did Jesus say? The two keys to immortality was in the lost book of Thomas. He said that in those days when I return, this is the first one. In those days when I return, I come to what? To make the unseen seen and the seen unseen. You heard? He said, I came to make the top the bottom and the bottom the top. I came to make the back the front and the front the back. That's what he said. The interior, exterior, and the exterior, interior. That's what he said in the book of Thomas. You feel me? I was like, oh, 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 oh. Right? Then he said, the second thing was in those days, because so many would be blind. That's what he said. So many. So many would be blind. That all you need to remember is that the answers that you seek are always right at the end of your nose. Right at the end of your nose. That's how clear it would be. And we will literally look everywhere but right here. I told y'all when I told y'all about the morgue official thing, I was like, holy shit. I said, is that why they chopped everybody's nose off these statues? is that why they chopped all these nose off these statues? Because of this declaration that it would be so simple that it would be right in front of you and you will look everywhere but right in front of you. So they chopped the nose off to make sure you never look right there. So when you be up in here like, nah, that shit too, it can't be that easy. Spirit told me the last time I did ayahuasca, she was like, make it plain and keep it simple, no matter how deep you dig, bitch. When you're telling it to everybody else, make it plain and keep it simple. What did I tell y'all about Occam's razor last week? Listen, this is according to, I forget the name of the goddamn philosopher who comes up with this idea of Occam's razor, but he say, all things on earth being equal. They just are. All things on earth being equal, the simplest answer is always the best answer. I said, oh shit, vindication, bitch. Vindication. So, all right. We got Ma and Pa. We're going to call them Pa. Okay? Because, let me just say, in Latin medical language and etymology, Latin medical, because Western medical text is Latin, okay? And Western medical etymology and terminology, Pa means pathological. Pa means pathological. Pa or PAT, pat, means pathological or pathogenesis, the beginning of pathology, the origin of pathology. Okay? All right. So we got Ma and Pa. This is represented by the Great Breaking. Okay? And so listen. This is going to present a problem for a lot of the mythology that we love so much about the goddess as destroyer, about the goddess as warrior, about the goddess as like huntress, about the goddess is like set on revenge and like running through a motherfucker like Kali with a nigga head in her hands, and she got nigga skulls around her belt, and she just like, this is my shit. I love killing, right? She got tongue, blood hanging from her. Or yeah, with her skirt and nine tails. She's like, this is my shit. And she got the machete in one hand, and she got the horse whip in the other, and she spinning tornadoes and typhoons and shit off a motherfucking skirt. She loves that at all. This is second man. Oh my god, I love killing so much. This is awesome. Aren't these all the stories? Pele. What's the damn movie I love so much? Moana and what's her name? Tafiti. She's like, this is my shit. I love burning shit up and destroying everything. This is great. Who else? Oh my god, the movie Brave and the quote little witch in the cabin. That's what I was going to tell y'all about earlier before I got off on the diatribe. The movie Pan's Labyrinth and the crickety, weird, ugly thing with all the food, and they got the little eyeballs in their hand, and they naked looking, and they got a big old belly, and they all wrinkly, and that's Baba Yaga. The Baba Yaga in Hellboy, who like she's drooling and she lick him on the face and like, why don't you give me some sugar? That's Baba Yaga, the lady in the woods, the lady in the cabin, demonized. So her forced isolation and loneliness is justified. That's Baba Yaga. Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna tell you about this shit right here. I should have whatever. Let me tell you about this shit right here. So the mother is always the reason I mentioned all of these destroyer personifications of the goddess, that we women who are so traumatized, so fucking perpetually abused by our betraying sons who have lost their minds. It is not to disseminate guilt, as it were, on the world of men. It is to acknowledge that the son in this personification, the son, the SON, has gone rogue. And in his rogue state, what did Killmonger say in the movie Black Panther, which is actually a brilliant personification of this disharmony between yin and yang? For him to be a man, for him to be raised in the inner cities of Oakland, for him to be this, what was he? He served in the military and he learned all the ways to kill and this and that and this and that, to be the rogue ass roughneck that he was. And for us to empathize hard and deep with him, because no matter what he did, we saw the injured baby in him. That all the rage, that all the violence, that everything, every malignant thing he did, the crying, weeping, abandoned baby is what we empathize with in Killmonger. Even as he betrayed the clique, even because they ain't know about him. The whole clique wasn't guilty. You feel the whole crew wasn't guilty. It was the rotten ass daddy. Right? It was his rotten ass uncle who killed his daddy. You feel me? But he was blinded by the cocktail of his grief, betrayal, and madness. And he, Killmonger, that's what I'm telling you, Stan Lee stole every the fuck thing. I don't care. And he admitted as much, so it ain't even conjecture. He stole every fucking thing. He literally wrote this character as the personification of, according to Chinese medicine, when the son goes wrong, when he is severed from a connection with his mother, he will destroy everything he sets its sights on. Not because he quote bad, because he is literally insane. He is literally mad. And he has Killmonger be the one to say it. That in his madness, in his murder of women, in his betrayal of blackness, even as he wants blackness to be upraised, What does he say? That a child cast out of the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. It is grief. It is a deep and fucking profound grief and abandonment and isolation that males suffer from. I know that's hard to hear. And it's not to make a mistake. It's not to make an excuse for the impact of these emotions unprocessed and undealt with in males that have garnered the kind of goddamn devastation on the earth against the bodies of females and children, both male and female alike. It is to say that if we're going to be genuinely honest about the world that we have to create, we have to acknowledge that half the population of the earth, because the birth ratio globally, it differs more profoundly from place to place, but globally, the birth rate is almost equal. For every one male born, 1.1 females are born. So globally, the birth rate is still very equal. Half the world's population, males, after they become adults, half the world's population suffers under the same patriarchy that they uphold, that they strengthen, that they raise up, that they self-sacrifice. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh, son of a bitch. God damn. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh my God. Holy fucking shit. God damn. Son of a. Ooh. Listen. Holy son of a bitch. Oh. God damn it. Oh my God. Listen. Okay. All right. Let me just do it like this. All right. Oh shit. Oh my God. When I tell y'all, when I talk about patriarchy as a death cult, and more specifically, when I talk to y'all about America as the newest godhead of war, as the youngest godhead of war, I mean literally. I'm not talking about metaphors. I'm not talking about conjecture or myth. I'm talking about absolutely, literally. God damn. So, in this insane inversion, everything that he attempts to teach you, create, produce is automatically, because he is, even in his madness, and he thinks he's separate from the mother. He thinks he's separate from the one. He thinks he is raised above his mother. His madness does not allow him to understand and see that severance does not exist. Separation is not real. It doesn't exist, because the entire motherfucking known and unknown cosmos is she. He exists within her. There is no escaping her. That's why that's why I call this age the age of the desert. It is because in his mind, in order to truly liberate himself, in order to truly manifest a completion of the severance ritual from his mother, he must lay waste to everything that exists that is yin. What is yin? Water is yin. Wood is yin. Trees are yin. Leaves are yin. Rocks are yin. Clouds are yin. That's why every single solitary motherfucking dystopian post-apocalyptic zombie is every way that they have taught you to imagine the future that is terrible and shit unfolds in the desert. Name a dystopian movie where the desert is not the environment where this post-apocalyptic catastrophe happens. Why? Because your mom, despite her wicked, disconnected ass, unruly son gone rogue, has tried to convince everyone she can only produce life. He has inverted her. He has malignized her. He has demonized her. He has villainized her. So I know it's hard to hear, because I love me some machete wielding goddamn Kali and Oya. But those personifications of the goddess exist in the male machination and diabolicizing of the mother bitch. I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to give you a motherfucking word. I'm trying to give you a word. I'm trying to give you a word today, because this shit has hit me up in here in my motherfucking feelings. In my feelings. Okay? Hold on. And then another 8 because if the mother is life, water is life, trees are life, animals are life, earth is life, soil is life. Can't shit grow out the sand, but shit can grow out the soil. You feel me? And if this is the case, let me find a different pen. Diversify up in this bitch. Yeah. Okay. Then you start going down the list of ways that the son, who is the bringer, the son is the bringer of death if he moves in the world antagonistically opposed to his mother. What do we say about this? Yin and yang. As the she, the yin and yang is what? It is not dueling oppositions. That's what the theory says. It's not dueling oppositions. It is, this is a mirror this is a mirror of opposite. This is a mirror of opposites. This is shadow side, light side, but not bad. It is the two personifications of the one. It is It could be anything. It could be how you feel when you bleeding as opposed to how you feel when you ovulating. It can be the masculine, because even in the flow of you menstruating, when you ovulate, your body is more yin. You get a little bloated, your ankles get a little swollen, your belly look a little bit. You are more yin when you are ovulating, and you are more masculine. You are producing more testosterone when you are bleeding than you do when you are ovulating. So this cyclical grand androgyne exists not only in a personification, this cyclical personification of the grand androgyne exists everywhere and in stages. Guess what else is the personification of the grand androgyne? Under a harmonious union with the mother, a harmonious union within the one. Guess what else? How else we express the grand androgyne? I'm about to fuck y'all up. So you'll start, right? When you'll before you'll start, before you even came to be, grand androgyne, your mother, grand androgyne, your father, grand androgyne. But you didn't know that. Your father's grand androgyne too, bitch. Males are grand androgyne. Okay? So you as individuals will put ma and pa as individuals. They are grand androgyne. Because males produce both testosterone and estrogen and progesterone. Right? Grand. I'll put andro. We'll put that. Grand andro. Okay? That's mom and pa. As individuals, representations of the grand androgyne. There they go. Then what happened? Ma and pa meet each other. They like each other. They decide they like each other enough that even if it's for a one night stand, what we used to call it back in the day, they gonna knock boots. They gonna knock boots. You feel me? And then this quote, knocking of boots, this when he is inside she, they are considered one, grand androgyne. The two become one, grand androgyne. And if you think I'm tripping, I'm not tripping. When you look at the story, the dynamic story of the different Kali's, Kali is seen in her earlier personifications before she becomes destroyer as a great big giant woman with big old titties and a big old vagina and a big old ass sitting in the lotus position, and Shiva, her son turned husband, is in between her legs in the apparent, copulation position, but he's much smaller than she is. So you are left to wonder, is she actually giving birth to him, or is she engaged in copulation? Both are considered an expression of the divine androgyne, the child within her that is he, grand androgyne, indistinguishable from her until his head comes out of her body. Grand androgyne, when he is still connected to her body by the umbilical cord. That's what it says in the heavens. That's what it says in the sky. You feel me? While they are still connected by umbilical cord, they are still the personification of grand androgyne, mother and her son. So that's the third grand androgyne. The first grand androgyne expression is the individual you. Why? Because you lived in your mama body. Period. That's it. Because you lived in your mama body. Period. As individuals, you both are expressions of the grand androgyne. And since God can only give birth to God, you as God is grand androgyne. One of you as grand androgyne can create a human in your body. The other contributes to this process of creating a human. Still grand androgyny. Y'all, two individual grand androgynes perform sexual union where through the lock and key process of copulation, aka intercourse, the two grand androgyne become greater grand androgyne. What does Hinduism say about the greater grand androgyne that happens as a consequence of quote Shiva and Shiva and Kali coming together? That when they come together in intercourse and they become quote the owners and liberators of the, what do they call it, the gate of great liberation. That's what they call the throat chakra, the gate of great liberation that can only be freed up in sexual intercourse. God damn it. It is everywhere once you see it. Oh my God. I was just looking at an image of Bot today. The goddess Bot, who is why I want to create this goddamn system. Bot, who is actually the primordial goddess that preceded quote Hathor or Heru. Wait, is that right? Yeah, Heru, right? Hathor, Heru. Bot, B-A-T. I said these crackers be playing in your face all the time, right? All the time. But she pictured as the night sky, like the rainbow night sky with all the stars in her body, and you can see the path. Listen, the path of the sun, the S-U-N, through her body. And then there's a period where Geb and Shu, where the relationship between earth and sky is supposedly the language that they use separated. I was like, what the fuck? This is not separation. The image of her bent over the earth, and then further on down the line, right, Geb and Shu are in image. And so Shu is represented as the earth, and Geb is represented like a man laying down. That's Shu, right? A man laying down like this, right? And then Shu is standing up, and they say it's him holding up the sky in separation from the earth. I was looking at this picture tonight. I said, that don't look like separation to me. When you look at the image of Shu, quote, holding up Hathor, right? And then Geb is kind of like laying, like chilling, quote, as earth. He just chilling. You feel me? But then you look at Geb, and he quote holding up the night sky, and he just happens to have his hands on her titties and on her vajayjay like this. I said, I said, this is not separation. I said, why they use that language in the description? He is quote creating the separation between sky and earth, which don't exist. There ain't no such a lot. There ain't no such an animal as separation between quote earth and sky. I said, why did they deliberately said separation? I said, I said, it looked like he's stroking. I said, it looked like he titillating her, and he stroking her little clitoris. You feel me? I said, this is a sex act. We're looking. Y'all know me. I done read all this little Egyptian shit to y'all. I'm like, this shit is porn. I don't care what you're talking about. I said, this is the Egyptian version of pornography. In this same image, the next page over of Hathor, quote, bent over the earth, it shows a close-up that says the description of the image. I said, they be playing in your face. The description of the image, because she is supposed to represent not only the sky, but the sun's, quote, travels through the sky, right? And in this particular image, there's a close-up. It says Hathor swap. Listen, it says Hathor represented as the night sky, swallows the sun in preparation for his solar boat journey through the night sky. I said, the fuck? I said, they talk about a blowjob. When you see the image and you recognize what I've been telling y'all for 2 years, is that when it says that she swallows the sun in preparation for his solar boat journey, I said, I said, this is cute, epitaphic expression. This porn on the walls right here. This is porno. This porn right here on the walls. She gave this nigga a blowjob before he went to sleep so he could sleep good. That's all they saying. You think I'm tripping? The majority of ancient people deified the sex act, the coming together of the grand androgyne, and they personified themselves as God on earth. Whenever Pharaoh, whenever queen, wife to the Pharaoh, or queen, mother to the Pharaoh, she and her son, Pharaoh, divine androgyne. He and his wife, who is called what in ancient Egypt? Who was Pharaoh's wife in ancient Egypt? What was her epitaph? Huh? What was it? The divine serpent of the Nile. From what? From whom water pours. From who the divine waters of the Nile pour. From whose what? From whose mouth. From whose mouth the divine waters of the Nile flows. What mouth? That's why every story you read about your mama, hidden in plain sight, every diabolical story about your mama. That's why. Y'all think I'm tripping. I told y'all I don't watch horror movies. But as soon as I saw that weapons and how much they was playing in our face, I said, God damn, I got to start watching horror movies. I got to get my mind right to watch this bullshit. So the first horror movie I decide, like real scary movie, that I decide I'm going to watch because of these pictures I took for y'all last year about this STEM display that they did for the new Alien series called Alien Earth. I said, Lord, why are they playing in our face? Just why are they playing in our face? So let me go on and watch this shit. Child, what does fellatio and throat cancer have to do with this discussion that we're having right now? I appreciate the 411, and you must not have been here long because I am a doctor, and so I'm quite aware. I'm quite aware of the VD and STD statistics about. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about ancient Egypt and the different manifestations of the divine androgyny. But thank you for your intervention. So anyway, damn, Earth alien. So I decide I'm gonna watch a couple of episodes of this. What I know is about to be some bullshit and ass bullshit. I'm already prepping myself for my brain to be assaulted to be able to eke out this message that I am certain is there because the display right here in Hollywood down the street from my house had comedic symbolism, like actual winged solar deity epitaphs on a machine that's supposed to be breeding aliens. I was like, why they did that? When the earth looks like it's cracking, the crack is in 3 ways splitting the continent of Africa. I said, why they did that? Why they playing our face like that, right? So I watched the first 2 episodes of this bullshit and ass bullshit. And I said, oh my God. So I already knew that the alien was the mother. I already knew that. I was just looking for evidence, like pinpoint evidence that this monster that is the alien is actually the villainized, diabolicized Black African cosmic primordial mitochondrial DNA distributing fucking mitochondrial Eve. Y'all want to call her Lucy, whatever. You feel me? And once I saw what I saw in this movie, I was like, oh shit. Am I gonna have to like teach a workshop on horror movies? Because this is where they hide it the most. And the thing that causes you the most emotional distress. Fear is the mind killer. What better way to diabolicize the only salvation you have ever known than to put her in a horror movie and then use your own fear cocktail, your own fear hormones to concretize in your flesh and blood and bone your hatred of and synonymous fear of your own mother, your own salvation. And they use your language against you all the time. All the time. Every the hell with. For example, let me just tell you one more thing. Is that it on the divine androgyny? So many manifestations. But I'll move on from that. So let me tell you. You got your womb, right? Your mama's womb. You got your mama's water. Before you can even get there, you got your mama's menstrual blood, her first blood. You got the second ritual that is what do you call it? Veil piercing blood. Her first sexual contact. That's second blood. And then you got your birth blood. All of which are about the preservation and continuance of life. Your mother's blood in every one of its phases is to ensure the continuity of the species. Her blood is always synonymous with life, so much so that they deified her blood. What did they say? That the soul of man comes from the blood of his mother. Not the blood in her veins, baby. The blood in her vagina. So mesmerized by his mother's blood because her blood poured without a wound. It was magical. So much so that hunters in the hunter-gathering epoch wanted to emulate his mother's magical blood, and so they sought to receive wounds in the hunt, and they would call their open wounds vulvas. Right? This is your mama. Then you got the tomb, which is still what do ancient people call the tomb? The cave pit, the open hole in the ground, wherever it was that you decided to bury your recently deceased, right? They called the tomb the open mouth of the mother that receives or, quote, eats her children. Diabolicized, this becomes the story of Saturn. Masculinized, this becomes the story of Saturn, who is always pictured with children, babies, little cherubby fat babies in his hand, and he's eating their feet or eating their chest. Your mother's story of receiving you back into a harmonious, continued life cycle with the earth. Y'all ass has been buried in boxes where the earth can't get to you. It's been because the male hatred of the mother is always seeking to deny her, is always seeking to deny her a return of her children. I have a story as the Cassandra. Oh, man, I'm gonna get off here. Let me get off here. No, let me finish this, but I'm gonna get off here. So your mama, womb. Okay. Now your mother is the life ceremony. Every ceremony she is engaged in is about the preservation of life, the creation of life, the prolonging of life. Everything. The son gone rogue, mad in his interpretation of separation, of severance from the one. All he can produce is death. That's it. I know that's so hard to hear, but if he is not anchored in this relationship with his mother, all he can produce is death, like any malignancy, right? So if the child who becomes the father wants to emulate the power of his mother, and she has a womb, then he has to have a womb that produces the outcome that he wants. What is that? Though not pronounced the same, they are talked about exactly the same. Let me just keep going. No, let me stop here. So these are her life-giving processes. This is eternal life. This is the cycle, right? He can only bring death because of his perception of severance that has made him mad. So his womb produces death. You see? Hold on. You think I'm tripping? His ceremonial birth ritual is fire, ash, and desert. Oh, dang. Oh shit. Dang, I didn't realize I ran out of space. And desert. Fire, ash, and desert. You think I'm tripping, don't you? You think I'm tripping, don't you? Oh, I forgot one. You think I'm tripping though? What's that boy name that did the Avatar movies? The Avatar movies was about the sun gone rogue. That was the Avatar movie. Every single one was about the sun gone rogue. You've got the first one, which is about Earth. It's about Pandora as Earth. What does Pandora mean? The story of Pandora. What does the word Pandora? What does the name Pandora mean? It means all gifts. Isn't that the earth? Everything that you need is provided. Isn't that Pandora where they was? Everything they needed was right there. He, as the psychopomp, this little cripple, there's a reason he was a cripple. How many deities are there? Psychopomps that are crippled. Obatala appears crippled. Who else? Saint Lazarus appears crippled. It's not Irene Lane. It's dang. Fuck. There's a bunch of. There's a reason that the white boy, as the psychopomp in the first Avatar, is a cripple. Not only is he a cripple, he's a twin. Not only is he a cripple, he's a twin. Right? This is the Earth series. Then the next one is called what? The Way of the Water. Then the next one is called what? Fire and Ash. Huh? Why is it called Fire and Ash? Because the sun gone rogue, his idea of quote peace in his madness is the completion of the destruction of what he perceives as his adversary, which is all things yin. He in the story, man, I could do this fucking all night. In your Jesus story, because Jesus is a psychopomp too. In your Jesus story, and Jesus say what? That when you are quote bathed in my blood, you will be white as snow. Isn't that what Jesus said? Isn't that what Jesus said in the Bible? Something like that. That when you are bathed in my blood, you will be white as snow. Huh? Why he said that? Why he said, if he is a psychopomp inverting your mother's story, why did he say that? Because everybody on the earth, having not ever had a experience with the sun, everybody, even if they mama black, is all black, can be, every baby born is born white and blood covered. Everybody born white, even if it's just for a moment, even if it's just for a day, until they little melanocytes hit that sun, and then they activate. Everybody born white as snow and blood covered. So of course he had to jack the story and say that if you bathe in my blood, you will be white as snow. Isn't that something? But his story of bathing in his blood to become white as snow, Jesus is a solar deity. So the blood he is requiring, the blood he is talking about, is blood that came from his veins, not his mother's uterus. And whenever your blood comes from your veins, whenever your blood comes from your veins, it means something bad has happened. It means that if you've lost enough of this life force that is supposed to be within the boundaries of your flesh, that death might be imminent if the blood is flowing too freely. So in his statement about being bathed in the blood, he's a suicide deity, right? In the bathing of his blood, and he's a solar deity gone rogue, meaning God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, no feminine principle left. His bathing in his blood is about murder. To bathe in the blood, right? Bathe in the blood. What's the other thing I said? Bathe in the blood. White as snow. If you are burnt to death by a solar deity gone rogue, first you will turn black, and then once all the yin is burnt out, you are left with white ash. See, his snow flakes is ash coming from a nuclear fallout, a massive burning. Her snowflakes is life affirming, right? Anyway, so okay, fire, ash, this and that, and this and that. Blood is murder blood. But then he got a tune, okay? And he don't like the tune. And so they literally have named so many motherfucking movies after this inversion. He don't. So anyway, what does he become famous for? Doom. They literally say it. Temple of Doom. Halls of Doom. Doom, 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 doom. That is synonymous. That's supposed to be synonymous with the terror of the tomb, the cave, the pit. Doom spells doom. Tomb and doom. Right? And then what was the other thing? It was the tomb. I mean, the womb, the tomb. It was something else. Ugh, my brain. No, it's too. It's 4. I gotta get up out here. Like I told you, I got court in 8 days. I gotta get a couple of hours of sleep so I can get up and master multitask on drawing this money into my life so I can stay in my place. I'm close, but I still got jack moves to make. So I'm gonna close this out. But I could literally do this all night. But anyway, reach out to me if you are interested. If you are interested in participating in the workshop called Protect Your Heart to Secure Your Sovereignty this summer. There's still 2 classes to the workshop left. And then yeah. What else? All right. See you guys tomorrow, maybe. Yeah, see you guys maybe tomorrow. All right, peace. Good night. Mm. All right. Damn.